Hello. How we doing? Hello, 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 folks. Hello, Lady Raincloud. Hello, Mana King. Hello, All-Seeing Dude. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, Holly Hoomst. How you doing, Jazz Dog? Why such an early stream? Because I'm incredibly anxious and I need something to distract my mind. Hey, Polylopo 2. Hello, how you doing? Hi, hi, hi. Also, I have food, and I'm gonna eat it on stream. There's nothing you guys can do about it. It's gonna be dirty, dirty mouth sounds. It's not actually going to be. I'll turn my microphone off. How are we doing, folks? And as you can see by the stream title, we're going to be talking about some new allegations against Steven Crowder. At least new as far as I'm aware. The New York Post, reg that it is, apparently interviewed 10 former Steven Crowder's 10 former Steven Crowder employees. Sorry, my train of thought got distracted real quick. 10 of his employees, and apparently some of them alleged that Steven Crowder exposed his genitals to them. So we'll be talking about that. We'll also be talking about Noam Chomsky apparently meeting with Jeffrey Epstein a lot after he was convicted for the child prostitution. So we'll be talking about that for sure. And on top of that, we will be covering the segment of one of Matt Walsh's most recent shows where he discovers that the classic children's book duo Frog and Toad are gay, and bemoans that this is a new woke development, as if they hadn't been written by a gay man in the 70s. We will also be talking about... Man, I need, like, some background music to, like, play during, like, the intro segment here. We'll also be covering a prominent science influencer on YouTube struggling to answer whether or not being transgender is a social fad. Also, for some godforsaken reason, Dennis Prager decided to go on a... what seems to be a drunk... like a drinking debate stream, but like the Christian equivalent of that, to debate the merits or lack thereof of pornography. So that's another thing we got going on in the tank. Um, and another proposed segment that we'll be taking a look at perhaps is TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist, who I'm not terribly familiar with. I just know he's like YouTube, like he's one of the OGs, you know? We'll be looking at a debate that he recently had on the Adam and Sitch show. I want to say it's Adam and Stitch, but Adam and Sitch show. I am unfamiliar with the content of all involved, but apparently they will be debating trans ideology, leftism, and Kyle Rittenhouse. So, you know, we got a lot of shit in the can today, which is good because I need a nice distraction. Also, maybe we'll be beating Dark Souls 2 today. Maybe I feel like I'm getting relatively close. So we got a whole lot of stuff going on. Juzor, thank you very much for coming, or Jazor, thank you very much for coming over to the riverboat.gg site. I appreciate it. And maybe someone can get you a sub at some point so you're not a cold, shivering white name. Yeah, so that's a whole lot for our show today, folks. What do you guys think about all that? Huh? Seeing some goddammit gnome. Hope this ends Steven Crowder. Probably won't. Doing good, just woke up. Same. Okay, we are going to start... God. I think we are going to start, actually, with something that I can eat my food to. You know, the most engaging and fascinating of content. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's see. Oh, I had a good piece of content for this. What was it? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I wanted to cover this a while ago. We never got around to it. We're doing it now. Boom. You guys will like this. You're nerds for this man.
Hello and welcome to Intelligence Square.
Is anyone else getting static sound? Wait, is anyone else getting static sound? That's real important for me to know as somebody who has to deal with the audio. Oh, I know the what was in reaction to Noam Chomsky, because it is a whole lot of what the fuck, Noam. Not on my end? Okay, I trust Jazz Dog. Jazz Dog has the best audio senses of anyone in chat right now. Okay.
Squared with me, Justin Webb. I'm delighted to say we have a special guest, a really special guest on this edition, which is being recorded on the 24th of February in central London. Bernie Sanders, Senator Bernie Sanders joins me. Senator Sanders began his political career in 1981. He was the mayor of Burlington, Vermont. So it's a long career. It's a career that has, of course, encompassed twice standing for the Democratic Party presidential nomination in 2016 and 2020. It is my humble opinion that if he had won it in 2016, he would also have won the presidency, and I think our recent history would have been very, very different, but we might get to that. He is also, of course, not entirely a member of the Democratic Party. In fact, he is not a member of the Democratic Party. He sits as an independent. He's the longest serving independent, not just in the Senate, but ever in the history of Congress in the United States. He has written a book, and this is it. That is its title. It's okay to be angry about capitalism. And it's a book about his wider beliefs, but it's also a book that touches on some of those runs for the presidency that I have mentioned. So, Senator Sanders, without further ado, hello. Thank you for talking to us.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me.
Can I, before we get to the wider issues, we have Ukraine so much on our minds at the moment, and in a way, particularly in Europe, I think much more than in the United States. Do you have a sense of how that war ends?
I simply hope it ends as soon as it possibly can. You know, Justin, it is an unspeakable tragedy. You know, I think many of us, certainly Europeans, never expected that we'd see a war like this in Europe, the worst since World War II. And it was a war that could have been avoided. I was involved a little bit in those discussions. Putin had concerns. They could have been addressed, but he chose another path. So all I can say is, you know, I think we cannot allow Putin's aggression to go uncontrolled. He has to be responded to, and I hope, I hope that it ends as quickly as possible, and I hope that the Russian people stand up and understand how terrible this is, not only for them, but for the whole world.
There is a real sense.
I had it earlier, but it hasn't appeared for a few minutes. Wait, Diddums has a buzzing noise? Do we have more buzzing, or is it are you guys just hearing like the audio background of like what we're watching? Happened for a few seconds when you put down the mic earlier? Like that? Oh, when I put down the headphones? Weird. Okay. I shall not mess anymore. Might be, okay, let me try this. Yeah, we're doing a day stream, KDS.
On the British left, that they are torn, actually, about whether or not the war was provoked by NATO, but also they are torn about the extent to which it is right to back Ukraine in all of Ukraine's war aims. Do you have that? Is there that sense on the American left as well?
There is, but I think in this one, really, as somebody who has opposed so many wars of the United States, you know, you're looking at somebody who voted against the military budget.
God, Bernie's base.
On this one, Putin did not have to do what he chose to do. So all I can say is I hope it certainly ends as soon as possible, that there's a negotiated settlement. But I think we cannot allow Putin to run roughshod over an independent country.
Right, and that does mean supplying the weapons that the Ukrainians say they need.
Yes.
Let's turn to other matters. One of the things that I found fascinating about your book, it reminded me of how close you came to the nomination, not only the most recent one, but actually potentially back in 2016 when you were running principally against Hillary Clinton. Is that a fair thing to say, that you were close?
It is. Look, when we started that campaign, Justin, we were at something like 5% in the polls.
Hey, Gamer G.
And nobody took us very seriously. Nobody thought that a candidate with my politics would go very far.
Like, it's just really refreshing that Bernie Sanders can come out and be like, yeah, actually, it's good to arm and support Ukraine. You know, like, because I know there are a lot of people on the left who are just rabidly angry about that positioning. It's wild. Jazor, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much for supporting me, especially on riverboat.gg.
But we ended up winning state after state and millions of votes, and really threw the political establishment into a state of shock. But at the end of the day, when you're taking on the political establishment, you're taking on the economic establishment, you're taking on the media establishment, that's a tough thing to do. So we lost in 2016, but what came out of that is an unprecedented movement in modern American history of bringing working people and young people together to think big, not small. So we lost the election, but I think it is widely recognized that we won something enormously important. We helped change political consciousness in
He's
America
right.
and what working people have a right to expect
He's
from
right.
their government.
You stood again in 2020. Why did you lose that time?
Well, that time it was kind of much clearer. It was a larger field. I think at one point we had 18 or 20.
Too many for one TV studio at one stage, wasn't it?
That's right. That divided the debates in half. We won the popular vote in the first state, that was Iowa. We won a landslide victory in Nevada, which was the third state. We won a victory in New Hampshire. So we won the first three states, and that got the establishment very nervous. We lost in South Carolina, and then we have what we call Super Tuesday, which is when a whole lot of states come together. And we were favored to win many of those states, and we ended up winning California and so forth. But what ended up happening is the establishment said, you know what, we better rally around one candidate, not split the vote. That candidate was Joe Biden, and he...
Yeah, no. What they did was they did a few calls and were like, hey, you got to drop out. Hey, you got to drop out. And like all of the other candidates aside from Bernie and Biden dropped out of the race, and most of them pledged their support for Biden, and the rest is history.
He won a number of states on Super Tuesday, and combined that with COVID and the inability to get out and campaign, he won the Democratic nomination.
You made your peace with Joe Biden very much, haven't you? And you supported him
Yes.
when he was
Well, I
the
did. I
candidate.
supported him strongly, for two reasons. Number one, it was absolutely imperative to do everything we could to defeat Donald Trump and his pathological lying and his authoritarianism. And number two, at the end of our campaign, Biden did something which was rather unusual for an establishment Democrat. He recognized what our movement was about, and he said, all right, let's put together a task force of his campaign and my campaign. Let's look at issues like healthcare, the economy, climate, housing, etc. So we sat down with him and we hammered out a very progressive agenda. It wasn't everything I wanted, quite progressive though.
Yeah, so when the Wall Street Journal say, as they did recently, Joe Biden is Bernie Sanders, they're kind of right.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. No, Joe Biden is not Bernie
But
Sanders.
what's the difference? I mean, if Bernie Sanders had won in 2020, what would the difference be? And won the presidency, what would the
The
difference?
difference would have been I would have been, I think, a much more activist president in going down around the country and demanding and understanding there are limits to what a president can do unless you have mass grassroots working class support. So what I would have done as president is not only been commander-in-chief of the military, but organizer-in-chief, if you like, bringing working people together to fight for an economy and a government that work for all. As the book talks about, what we are looking at right now is the movement in America, and I suspect in many other countries, toward an oligarchic form of society. All right. So what we need to do is rally people, black and white and Latino, Asian American, our people to stand together for a progressive vision which substantially improves the lives of working families.
Is part of that vision an attack on the people who run the tech industry and their power that we haven't properly seen on either side of the Atlantic?
Yes, the short answer is yes. There's obviously been a revolution in technology, in social media, and so forth. And one of the things, Justin, that I worry about very much, and we touch upon it a little bit in the book, is I think people are underestimating the impact that artificial intelligence and robotics and the explosion of technology that we're seeing is going to have on the workforce. So one of the questions that has to be asked, Who is going to benefit from that explosion in technology? Is technology a bad thing? No, it's not a bad thing. If you can produce twice as much with new technology, I think that's good. But you should benefit as a worker from that, not just have the CEO of the large corporation benefiting while you're thrown out on the street and replaced by a robotic. So,
this is why I really like Bernie, because he adapts a lot of his strategy to like the material conditions, right? So when he's talking about like AI now, the idea that there would be some kind of specialized robot or AI-based tax, you know, possibly predicated on the percentage of work that AI and robotics do. I think that is a wonderfully great idea for a society, whether it's socialist or capitalist, honestly. It's something I think we need as we move forward towards our, hopefully, luxury space gay communism. Hopefully we move in that direction, because of course it can get so much worse.
So that is an issue we need a lot of discussion about. But it comes down to the fundamental issue of this book, and that is power. Who has the power? And I think in this country, certainly in my country, you're looking at a handful of billionaires who have enormous control over our economy. We have more concentration of ownership than we've ever seen in American history. You're talking about more income and wealth inequality than we've ever seen in American history. And in America, I don't know how many people in the UK are familiar with our campaign finance system, but basically billionaires are able to buy elections. So what you're seeing is more and more power in the hands of a few, and I think a lot of hopelessness and despair on the part of the many.
Are those things, particularly campaign finance, being sufficiently challenged by the Biden administration? Can they be challenged by one single administration?
We could do a lot more. I mean, without, again, going into all the details, we have a Supreme Court, the reactionary Supreme Court, that made a decision on what they call Citizens United, which essentially said that billionaires have the freedom of speech to buy elections. That's their right, their freedom. I don't agree with that. Biden doesn't agree with that. But we have got to be aggressive at the state and local level to revitalize democracy and make it clear that billionaires should not be allowed to buy elections, that democracy means one person, one vote. And that means not only overturning the Citizens United Supreme Court decision, and we've tried to do some of that in the Senate, it also means turning to public funding of elections.
How radical would you be? So there's a great feeling on the American left, isn't there, that the Supreme Court itself is illegitimate, that this Supreme Court, because of the way it's elected and the fact of the way that the Senate is set up, would you be a court packer, or would you threaten to go down that road? In other words, to appoint more justices until you had a Supreme Court that you felt was
I
willing
think
to
there
do
are
the
other
right
ways
thing?
to deal with the problem with packing the court, as Roosevelt found out in the 30s, is so you pack it, and the next guy comes along, he packs it, and you end up with 89 people on the Supreme Court. There are ways to deal with it, and I think that has to do with ways that are constitutional, which allow members to rotate off of the Supreme Court. So I wouldn't be for packing the court, but it is an issue that has to be dealt with. I think one has to be very, very naive not to believe that the Supreme Court has a political agenda. And in this case today, it is a very reactionary political agenda.
Could I ask you another thing that occurred to me reading the book?
I'd really like it if he kind of expounded a bit more on his idea to fix the Supreme Court. That seems extraordinarily relevant considering the recent news about the Supreme Court corruption. But maybe if I ever have a chance to talk with him,
Book, and that's the kind of the breadth of the coalition, and you've referred to this coalition that supported you. How fractious is it?
Hey, Catalina Gearbox.
And how concerned are you by the identity politics that some on the American left concentrate on rather than class? And you talk a lot about class in the book. It put me in mind of Richard Rorty, the US political philosopher, I think he's no longer with us, but read a book called Achieving Our Country many years ago, in which he said there's nothing wrong with being on the left in politics. He was, but he said you've got to be fundamentally patriotic, actually. You've still got to believe that this country can be achieved, that the things that are set out in its kind of foundational documents should be achievable for everyone. And the challenge that he made, and I think the challenge a lot of people make now about the progressive left in the States, is that actually there's a lack of patriotism. There's a real feeling the whole place is worthless. It's irredeemably racist, irredeemably all sorts of things. You don't believe that, do you?
No, that's not my view, and that's not the view expressed in the book. But I'll tell you what I think a modern-day patriotism is. And I see that a lot in young people,
Okay, well, Catalina Gearbox, just as an FYI, if you've never had, like, a weed gummy before, have, like, a quarter of one. Don't eat an entire gummy, because you will get high. You'll just get real fucking zooted. And you might wind up throwing up.
It's clear I lost the election. I'm not the president. But one of the things we did accomplish is that we won the overwhelming, not even close, support of young people. And by young people, I mean people 40 or younger. And that is the future of America. So these are people who are looking not just at minimal changes.
Speaking from experience, yep.
They want structural changes in American society. So I think the new patriotism, and you see this in young people want to roll up their sleeves and get involved in...
Yeah, even the 5 milligram ones might do ya.
Transforming our energy system and having America lead the world in saving the planet. And we are working, we work very hard, and will continue to work very hard on creating green jobs and a Green New Deal, where we can create millions of good-paying jobs, energizing, making our nation more energy efficient, and moving radically to sustainable energy. We have a major crisis in healthcare. We want young people to get involved, to be doctors and nurses and psychologists. We desperately need them. We need more teachers in American society. Our infrastructure is in deep trouble. We need more sheet metal workers and carpenters and plumbers. There's an enormous amount of work to be done. And the patriotism of the moment is working together to rebuild America.
I'm fascinated by that answer, because you mentioned there practical things, and actually things that are very relevant in class-based politics. What you don't mention there is the kind of identity stuff. For instance, with critical race theory, this idea that actually there are power structures, particularly to do with race, but actually in other areas as well, where you have to acknowledge first that, for instance, to be whiteness is now an issue for some on the American left. The idea that there are structures from which you as an individual, however decently you behave, can't escape. You don't stress that.
No, I don't accept that. Look, my experience has been, and I've seen it in the trade union movement, I've seen it in the youth movement, people can stand together.
Yeah, the ones I have are 125 milligrams of THC per gummy. I cut them up. I cut them up smaller because I can't get that high and remain coherent.
Together, where you're black and white and Latino or Asian American, no matter what you may be, if we have an agenda that speaks to the needs of all people, I believe we can work together and accomplish that.
But it's your character that matters then, not the color of your skin.
Absolutely. No, when we talk about building a working class in America and a working class movement, to a significant degree, it is a movement of people of color. Because if we raise the minimum wage to a living wage, which I'm fighting to do, it will impact black and brown people even more than white people, although millions of white people will benefit. But the bottom line is, I think what we need and cannot allow us to be divided. We need an agenda that speaks to all. Our healthcare system in the United States, I know you have problems with the NHS, underfunded, it has its stresses. We have a system which spends twice as much per capita as you do, And we got 85 million people who are uninsured. They have no insurance at all. Over 60,000 people a year die because they don't get to a doctor on time. We want to unite the American people to say that health care is a human right. We pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Our child care system is a total disaster. Kids leaving school, $50,000, $100,000 in debt. You go to medical school, do you know how much you leave school in debt in America? Do you know how much?
Staggering sum.
$400,000, $500,000
Yeah.
in debt. And we don't have enough doctors. We don't have enough nurses.
Yeah.
So what I want to see us do, and what I believe we are beginning to accomplish, bring our people together around an agenda that works for all and have the guts to stand up to the corporate elite and the big money interests who today have the power.
But do you have the...
Oh yeah, look, Intelligence Squared is a more conservative-leaning publication. Okay, they're trying to trap Bernie this entire time. Okay, like Bernie is not in the lion's den, but like, I don't know, maybe the hyena's den. You know, something more equivalent to that.
You have the guts. Do you have the power, though? I mean, do you write in the book and remind us in the book about certainly your first campaign for the presidency, for the nomination, where you're raising small sums from a lot of people? Is that the future of someone, whether it's you or whether it's someone in the future, who comes into office with that agenda? Is that how it's got to be done, and can it be done?
Well, and let me answer it in two ways. Number one, long term, we should have public funding of elections. People should not have to hustle and spend their lives raising money. Number two, what I am very proud of is that as a result of our campaign, and people said, wow, you can really run a credible campaign on small dollar donations, many candidates for Congress and the Senate started to do that, became less dependent on big money interests. So right now, and this is to me a note of real optimism, we have more strong, underlying strong, progressives in the U.S. House of Representatives than any time in the modern history of this country. Young people, often people of color, stood up, got elected, and they're doing a great job in the House.
Do you have a sense of what you're supporting President Biden, and I think you expect that he will stand again, and we all expect that he will stand again. If the Republicans this time round choose a younger person, perhaps Ron DeSantis, perhaps someone else, does that affect the equation, do you think, when it comes to the Democrats' choice?
No, I don't think so. I think if Biden chooses to run, he will be the nominee. I think we should not Trump is nobody's.
What
this time round, choose a younger person, perhaps Ron DeSantis, perhaps someone else. Does that affect the equation, do you think, when it comes to the Democrats' choice?
No, I don't think so. I think if Biden chooses to run, he will be the nominee. I think we should not, Trump is nobody's a little bit crazy, or maybe very crazy, but he's not stupid. But I don't think he is their strongest candidate. I think it's possible DeSantis, somebody else, could be a stronger candidate because they are not carrying the incredible baggage that Trump is carrying. One of the issues that I think points that our campaign made is that Democrats are losing the support of a lot of working class people, significantly whites, but increasingly Latinos and even black workers. And what we are fighting for is an agenda that speaks to the needs of the working class in this country. You know, you talk about identity politics a moment ago. There is no compromise on racial justice, on the fight against sexism and the fight against homophobia. But where the Democrats in recent years, and we have a whole chapter on this in the book, have been weak, and people perceive it. They have, to a significant degree, turned their backs on the working class, whether you're white, black, Latino, Asian American, whatever. They've turned their backs, and we have to move once again to be the champion of working families in America.
And you think Biden can do that? And in the sense, then his age won't matter, even if the Republicans come up with a much younger candidate, which DeSantis
is not
would
the
be.
issue. What is the issue is policy, is a willingness to take on powerful special interests. Let me give you an example. We have seen in the United States in the last several years an uptick in trade
God
union
damn.
organizing. More and more workers want to become members of unions. What we are also seeing at the same moment is companies like Starbucks and Amazon engage in vicious union-busting efforts. We need the president, we need the Congress to say to these companies, you cannot break the law. Workers have the right to join unions. We want to build the trade union movement in America because the middle classes continues to be in decline. That I have not yet seen, that kind of energy from the White House. I want to see it.
Wider thought before we end. How much trouble is America in? Because the kind of picture that we have of the United States is not just that it's fractured, but that there's this real hatred that has built up between individuals now, and a movement, a physical movement, a part of people. You come from one of the more peaceful corners of the United States, Vermont, mainly full of trees and lovely places. The rest of America isn't like that, is it? How worried are you about the whole enterprise?
Well, I am. Obviously, everybody is familiar with January 6th. I was there. It was a horrible moment, not just on a personal level, but for what it means in terms of where the United States is at. So that divisiveness, that division remains. It's real. But this is, what I would also say to people who are worried about the future of America. On issue after issue, it turns out that we are not divided. On issue after issue, you find that whether you're Republican or Democrat, you want a healthcare system that works for you and not just the insurance companies. You don't want to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. You want a child care system that is affordable. You want to have your kid be able to go to college. You want to make sure that we're leaving our children and grandchildren a planet that is habitable.
Oh,
and
Bernie,
what we have
you
got
silly
to do
old coot.
is work on those
They don't need a planet. They'll be living in space. Probably not.
issues where people can come together and want real change. And that's what we're kind of trying to do.
Senator Bernie Sanders, very good to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
All right. Prognosis. If insurance companies weren't regulated, they would just simply not provide insurance an even greater degree of the time. What? Oh, God. Let's see. So you're saying governments fail at regulation? No, I'm saying that insurance companies are incentivized by the marketplace to provide as little insurance payouts as possible. Goodness. It's not hard, guy. It's like the literally entry-level capitalism right there. Oh, psst, honey. You came to the wrong channel if you're gonna talk to me that way. Bye, bitch. Insurance doesn't pay 50% of the time anyway. Well, I would argue it probably doesn't pay even more than that, frankly. Motherfucker comes in here and is like, well, you see, if we simply didn't regulate the insurance companies, they would simply not, they'd make more payouts for some reason. And it's like, but the marketplace incentive is to do as little payouts as possible. Why would they pay out more when they're regulated less? They would either do that, or they would simply not cover people who are at a high risk for, different illnesses. They'd put the elderly into their own separate coverage pools. Time to charge the elderly like 10 grand a month for coverage. Good luck, Nana. God, Seriously, I swear, libertarians out here acting like they never gonna get old, never gonna get sick, never gonna need any kind of, like, regulatory protection. Well, meanwhile, like, the company that dumps toxic waste is doing so, like, a mile away upriver of their water supply. Regulations don't help people, says man who has the luxury of drinking non-poisoned water thanks to regulations. God. These people. These absolute dumb fucks. And they're cowards, too. Also, I can't believe that I made that statement about how companies would seek to maximize profit. And his response was, "Oh, so regulations, the government fails at regulating?" Like, no, actually, I was saying the exact opposite. I was saying that regulations protect people from predatory business decisions. So, I don't know. If you didn't understand that, that's a skill issue, okay? All right, folks. Time for us to look into this. So, as you all know, Steven Crowder's been having a real bad week, right? We've been doing some coverage about Steven Crowder's divorce. He announced it last week. And apparently he'd been separated from his wife for about 2 years. And after announcing it, it was revealed that, in fact, Steven Crowder's announcement broke their confidentiality agreement that was forged between his legal team and his soon-to-be ex-wife's legal team. And so Hillary Crowder and her family and their lawyers released some info. Specifically, a coherent statement along with a video of Steven Crowder emotionally abusing and manipulating his soon-to-be ex-wife, along with verification of, Steven Crowder making physical threats to his soon-to-be ex-wife, along with a number of other not great things. And soon after that, we also covered an interview that was given to Michael Malice by a former employee of Steven Crowder named Dave Landau, who is also a comedian. And Dave Landau made some allegations about Steven Crowder's work environment, about how Steven Crowder once called him up to scream at him about how he owned Dave Landau. So this is not really a good time to be Steven. He also put out a statement last week with a thinly veiled threat against his soon-to-be ex-wife, threatening to reveal, like, her psychiatric history, which, of course, is going to be the angle he goes with. He's going to go with, she's my crazy bitch of an ex-wife. That's kind of the narrative he's been teeing up, okay? But the New York Post, which, horrible rag of a publication. Horrible rag of a publication, right? And that being said, they reached out to numerous former employees of Steven Crowder. Over 10. Okay? Oh yes, and in the video that was released, he is threatening his 8 months pregnant wife, So, here are some of the comments and allegations from former employees, according to the New York Post. which, by the way, is confident enough in these in these allegations that it is the story is being published by an author, Kristen Fleming. So not just like a Hunter Biden laptop situation where no one wanted to put their name to it. So here are some of the claims. All right. But numerous former employees of the provocateur alleged these types of unhinged tirades were commonplace inside the Louder with Crowder office. I'm not shocked, but it was pathetic what he did to Hillary, a former employee told the Post. That might not be the Stephen you see on his show, but that was the real Stephen. Okay. You know? The Post spoke to 10 former employees who claim Crowder ran an abusive company where he often screamed at his employees, including his own father. Now, that is interesting because I kind of assumed his father kept him on a short leash. But Steven Crowder has the audacity to scream at, like, the wealthy businessman who like, helps produce his show. Oh my god. Oh, dude, cut your son off, dude. On top of that, he also allegedly exposed his genitals to employees, sent out directives to arbitrarily fire people, and made underlings wash his dirty laundry. He literally made his own employees wash his dirty laundry. Oh my god. The former staffers worked for the show at different times from its inception in 2016 through to 2022. So literally this covers like a 6-year-long period of history during which he was horrible. Sounding like Tim Pool now? Not sounding like Tim Pool. Say what you want about Tim Pool, but Tim Pool at least doesn't like sexually harass his employees by showing them his genitals, okay? Like, say what you want about Tim Pool, I don't think Tim Pool does that for as much of a deranged political freak as he is. Who did this? Steven Crowder. The vast majority of the staff who had been interviewed left the company voluntarily. They requested anonymity because they either feared retaliation or had signed NDAs. All said they felt compelled to speak out about the media personality because the sickening footage was made public, and his former co-host Dave Landau called him a bully in an interview last week. One former employee said, "We don't want Steven to suffer. We just want the abuse to stop, or at least let future employees know what they're getting themselves into." The Post reached out to Crowder via his lawyer, as well as Louder with Crowder CEO Gerald Morgan, multiple times about the abuse allegations brought forth by former employees, but did not receive a response. Surprise, surprise. Yeah. Also, in case you're like, oh, was this like a one-off thing where like, I don't know, he left his zipper down and accidentally like showed a part of his junk to like a fellow employee and like, oh, sorry, you know, in case it was like that. In case you think it might be like that, he was known to expose, and I'm quoting here from the Post, he was known to expose his genitals to staffers. Many ex-employees told the Post. Many. Not just one person. Many of his former staff talked about how he exposed his genitals to them. God. Six sources said they witnessed such lewd behavior firsthand. 6 different employees saw him with his junk out. This is the guy talking about like fucking moral propriety when it comes to like trans people, when it comes to like not being a groomer, not being like a sex creep. bro's going around showing his dick to numerous of his staff. God damn. A former staffer recalled driving back from Illinois in a van after a college show in March 2018 when former producer Jared Monroe, whom Crowder dubbed Not Gay Jared, was targeted. Jared was asleep in the last row. Stephen was in front, and he was joking about what he was going to do, the staffer recalled. He climbed over and dropped his junk on top of Jared's shoulder. Okay. The same person who claimed Crowder exposed himself to Jared in 2017 also claimed Crowder exposed himself to Jared in 2017 when they were in the green screen room filming a parody of Ghost. When asked about both allegations, Jared Monroe told the Post no comment. So not only did he show his junk to multiple employees, he deliberately sexually assaulted one particular employee, whom he then dubbed Not Gay Jared after rubbing his genitals on him while he was asleep. God, these conservative types are always like the grossest motherfuckers. Again, there are more allegations. During a 2018 flight with 6 people from the company, another former employee said they witnessed Crowder put his testicles on his assistant and childhood friend John Goodman, who shook off the incident. Goodman, who still works with Crowder, did not return the Post's request for comment. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, if you want to put your genitals on your childhood friend, like, you do you, boo. You get a hotel room. You do that in private, all right? You're at work on a plane with multiple other people. And what are you doing? A fourth ex-employee said Crowder exposed himself to former co-host and comedian Dave Landau at the conference table with others present. Literally in a meeting. Vice bankrupt. If somebody is going around exposing their genitals to random strangers at Pride, they should also be arrested. That is in fact a crime, whether it occurs at Pride or anywhere else, actually. If you walk into work and your boss has his junk out, he is committing a crime, actually. If you are in public and somebody has their junk out, that is also a crime. Yes. Except when a lot of people talk about people having their junk out at Pride, it's not like their actual junk. They're just wearing like a bikini bottom or something, or a Speedo. A lot of people on the right just complain about like people wearing skimpy clothing at Pride, rather than what is actually happening in these allegations, which is showing genitalia to other people. But it happens. That's what I'm saying. Why? Why are you bringing that up? I could also bring up the fact that, hey, guess what? Catholic priests expose their genitals to children way more often than genitals are exposed to at Pride. Now you're coping? My dude, my good bitch, over 200,000 children were raped by the Catholic clergy alone in France over, like, the course of 60 years. Like, I think you're the one who's coping here. And I think you are a dumbass bitch who can't hold his own in a conversation. Yeah, I think making the equating a situation where like people are at Pride or like at a nightclub during Pride Month, with people in a business meeting, I think is maybe a bit different. Don't assume my gender. Oh, sorry. I thought you were a dumbass man. I guess you're just a dumb bitch. My bad. I'll endeavor to correct myself. So it's only okay to wear skimpy swimming suits at the beach? No, it's even a crime there. No skimpy clothing. Burkas for everybody. Yeah. We found one, chat. We found one of the rare bitch genders. It's a rare xenogender subtype, but it has been known to happen. Literally like 2 days ago, not even 2 days ago, yesterday, a story came out about like a missionary youth pastor who had raped like 5 kids. Sounds like you're breaking the TOS. Made it too easy for this report. Oh, it sounds like somebody's been bitch made. Sorry. Oh, did somebody say mean things to me online? Oh no, time to report. Yeah, go fuck yourself while you're at it. Turns out Twitch TOS actually allows me to tell people to fuck off. You know, it actually does allow me to do that. Woke cancel culture can't get me yet, okay, folks? Woke cancel culture hasn't struck. This absolute arslur of a motherfucker. Bet they call themselves a fan of free speech too. Oh yeah, undoubtedly. Their username is literally Lamau Vice Bankrupt. Like, I'm sure they're a very big champion of free speech. Woo, you're so mean. You called me a xenogender, you meanie. How dare you? Oh god. I gotta keep that one in the back pocket. Just the rare subtype of xenogender. Bitch gender. I mean, you look like the starting linebacker at Penn State. Well, at least I don't look like Fat Albert in my basement, okay? My dude, whatever gender you are, okay? I guarantee you post face, you're gonna lose that fight, okay? I guarantee you. Motherfucker, post face, okay? Post face. Then we can talk, alright? Oh, God. You can tell, by the way. You can tell when you touch a nerve when they're like, but you're ugly, though. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Sure, what's your Discord? Hey, you can find my Twitter account, guy. If you want to post, face, go over to twitter.com/riverboatjack at me in public so everyone else can see it, motherfucker. Let's do it live. Oh, if you think I'm letting you into a Discord call for you to like shout the N-word 20 times and then do a Sieg Heil, okay, you got another thing coming, okay? Scared? Why would I ever be scared of your bitch ass, okay? I just gave you a way to post face, and if you don't do it, you're the fucking coward in this situation, motherfucker. Yeah, you scared? Oh, my guy. Oh, God. Oh, the ultimate fallback for these people. Yeah, I'll post face. I'll do it. I wasn't born yesterday, guy. I've been on 4chan. I know what you guys do. I gave you an avenue to post face. If you don't want to do that, that's because you're fucking scared, and you know I'm right. Oh, God. Oh, this is delicious. We haven't had one of you in a long time. The copium is real, folks. I asked them to post face. me, a front-facing individual, I ask them to post face. The only comeback that they can come up with is getting an audio clip of themselves screaming the N-word. That's literally the only thing they can come up with. And when you give them any viable option to do anything else, like, I don't know, post face, they just go, no, you're ugly though, and you're scared, and your voice is weird, and like, and? You're gonna have to do a little bit better than that to rustle my jimmies, my guy. At this point, I'm kind of convinced I'm participating in some sort of depraved kink, you know? Your Neanderthal brow is scaring me. Guy, don't even pretend. I know you're furiously masturbating over there by how bad I'm wrecking you right now, okay? You have been thoroughly bent over in the marketplace of ideas, my guy. And you are loving it. You are loving it. Just, oh yeah, you're ugly. Be mean to me more. That's you right now. Okay? Yeah, the kink has been activated. This guy is currently throbbing harder than at any Pornhub video he's ever seen in his life. Okay? Just absolutely devastated, and he's loving it. You're assuming my gender again? Yeah. Oh, sorry. I haven't been using your proper pronouns. My apologies for the misgendering. My good bitch. I forgot. You are bitch gender and bitch mate. I forgot. Sorry. My apologies. My bitch gender compatriot. My fellow trans. Your hands looking kind of big. Yeah, I bet you're really paying attention to my hands and what I could do with them. I'm sure you're thinking about all the things I can do with my hands. Oh god. Okay, I'm Lamau, Vice Bankrupt. If you post face on Twitter, I've told you where you can find me, twitter.com/riverboatjack. If you post face on Twitter, I will unban you, and we can continue this conversation. Good day to you, sir. Oh, sorry. Good day to you, my good bitch. All right. Oh my god, he actually started like doing like sex roleplay posting. Holy shit. Oh, that was 100% a kink thing. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. He was a dunkosexual. Frankly, I don't support that kind of blatant kink in chat. Yeah, I apologize to any bitch genders out there who were offended by how I treated that and misgendered that bitch gender individual, okay? Apologies. Yeah. Alternatively, Vice Bankrupt, if you would like to make a $100 dono, I will unban you for money. Oh god, that was so much fun. Yeah, by the way, Vice Bankrupt, go ahead and report me for that one. Okay, go ahead and report that entire interaction because holy shit, I can't wait to get a message from Twitch that's just lol Lamau with like the screenshot of that report in it. Okay, I can't wait. CEO of Twitch gonna be in my inbox, lolling and lamauing at you. Oh god. The bitch made an homunculus of unknown creation? Yeah. Oh god. Pornhub getting blocked in Utah brought out all the perverts to Twitch. Wait, did Pornhub get blocked in Utah? If so, I feel so bad for our Mormon comrades. Oh god. Well, they'll have to make do with X-Hamster now. Wait, Pornhub blocked Utah? Well, now I'm getting conflicting information. Oh, wait, no, okay. Pornhub did block Utah, but that's largely because Utah passed a law for a new age verification system that is, too onerous to actually, work. Oh, God. That was really fun. Okay. Anyway, that was a fun little interlude. So additionally, folks, Dave Landau had Steven Crowder's junk exposed to him. Here are more statements from the Crowder employees. It was childish, but then I found out this was something he did. At first, I took it as him trying to be friendly or one of the guys. Now I see it as a power play, one witness said. If your manager at Red Lobster did this, it would be national news. Numerous sources noted these incidents were not part of any sketches, many of which could be bawdy and off-color. But Crowder, sources said, is often known for blurring the lines of professionalism. Strange. Numerous former employees said his production assistants wash laundry in the office, including Crowder's personal dirty items. Many describe Crowder not as a tough boss, but as an unreasonable micromanager who would send out unrealistic assignments after hours and set people up for failure. It was like a cult where you were all in, said one ex-employee, adding that Crowder did not want you to have a life outside of the job. God damn, dude. In 2017, he commissioned his small team to create a 30-minute A Christmas Carol parody on top of their regular workload. A few ex-employees, none of whom were paid overtime, said they logged over 100 hours in the week leading up to the release of the special and slept in the office, according to multiple sources. In the midst of this project, Crowder set up a group text message telling them to sleep in and come into office a bit later one day. One employee remarked, "Sleep, lol." Crowder shot back, "Be a little grateful, buddy." Oh my god. Dude literally, like, the week before Christmas had his entire production team dedicate themselves to making a 30-minute short film. And then had the audacity to tell them to sleep in one day, as if they were working like a normal, like, 40-hour work week. Dude. The exchange, seen by the Post, angered the team, who turned it into an oft-repeated joke when they felt undervalued and overworked. Oh god, literally his employees created memes to make fun of how unreasonable he was. Oh my god. And when shows or projects fell short of his expectations, Crowder piled the blame on his staffers. "We'd tell him things wouldn't work," said one ex-staffer, who recalls a massive live show in 2018 not going as Crowder had planned. "I thought, surely Steven, who micromanaged the whole thing, is going to take some responsibility here," they continued. Instead, Crowder put the onus on his staff. His assistant handed each employee a copy of Jocko Willick's Leadership and Performance book, Extreme Ownership, How U.S. Navy SEALs Lead and Win. "We all thought we were going to get an apology, but we got a book. It was like a sitcom," the former staffer cracked. Why would you think you would get an apology from that man? Literally his entire existence is like teabagging each one of you individually and personally, and like flopping his dick on your shoulders, and like you think and having like unrealistic expectations and like yelling and screaming about how he owns you, and you think he's gonna fucking apologize for that? Yeah, no, TV fathers, exactly. He's Michael Scott, but evil. He's an evil Michael Scott, which I think is maybe the best description of Steven Crowder I've ever heard in my life. Just this bumbling goddamn buffoon. Back in late 2020, while on a tear, Crowder sent out the directive to arbitrarily fire someone, don't care who, read the Discord message. Viewed by the Post, the source said Crowder often dropped threats to fire people into the company's Discord chat room. He literally would send out messages to just arbitrarily fire people for no reason. His irrational outbursts even extended to his father Darren, who was his booker. Numerous ex-staffers said he'd lash out at his dad in front of other employees. Darren, who still works for his son, or with his son, did not respond to the post's request for comment. Wow, that's crazy. Who would have thought? He did it regularly, and it was usually about failing to book someone he wanted on the show. Steven would say, "I'm supposed to get stars," recalled one ex-staffer who said he was approached by two other underlings who said Crowder's behavior towards his father made them feel uncomfortable. Yo, when the way you treat your parent or loved one has other people like being like, hey, is that okay? Like, are they okay? That you've reached a new level of assholery. That's wild. Last week, Crowder's ex-co-host Landau called his former boss a bully. We already covered that. Whatever he was and whatever he was going through, I think he was bullied at some point in his life. No shit, Sherlock. Yeah, no, of course. Steven Crowder has all the hallmarks of like a guy who feels woefully inadequate. And not even, you know what? Not even because like someone punched him in high school or something. It's because like people didn't laugh at his jokes in high school. He's like that woefully unfunny theater kid who like just couldn't, for whatever reason, get into the cool kids club in theater and is just insanely bitter about it to this day. You know? Yeah, he probably thought that because he was on Arthur, like all of the drama kids in his school were supposed to like worship at his feet. Landau described how Crowder installed a Dave Don't Talk button in the studio. Yeah, we covered this last week. He told me he owns me. It was venomous. I saw a different person that I'd heard only rumors about, Landau told Malice. Let's see. Do we have any more here? In March, he signed up on free speech platform Rumble, and in an interview with Megyn Kelly, he said his crusade was not about me, it's about the next creator. We all laughed when he said stuff like that, said a source. If you were funny or talented, he squashed you. God, he literally couldn't stand it when other people were better than him at his job. Oh my God. One former employee said they weren't doing the sketches they wanted to do, so they teamed up with Landau to create a sketch comedy pilot released last December. Steven freaked out and threatened to fire people over it. It was viewed as a mutiny, said the ex-employee. Another source noted it was made on their own time and with their own equipment and did not use company resources. Dave was told, "This is your fault. You have to fire them now." Eventually, the original source said that Crowder backed down. In April, Landau announced he had left the company and is going to the Blaze. That doesn't seem like someone who's trying to build up content creators, said the source. Oh, God. Like, Steven Crowder is so fucked, guys. He's so fucked. Like, not only is he in the middle of a horrific divorce, like it's going to go poorly for him based on everything that's public right now. It's going to go even worse for him in the marketplace of ideas, due to like the fact that like everyone knows he's like a fucking sex creep now. Like it doesn't matter why he was like throwing his dick around at people. Like, it doesn't matter if you're doing it as like a goof. Like, that's still sexual assault. Like, if you grab like a woman by the pussy as a joke, that's still sexual assault, regardless of your intent behind that. You know? He is so utterly screwed. And I, for one, can't wait to watch the fallout. This is some of the wildest shit. That's what took down the O'Reilly factor in the end. Yeah, there are very, very few things that can take down a far-right content creator, but being openly known as someone who does sexual assault for funsies and, like, who abuses their 8 months pregnant wife and who, like, deliberately targeted someone they then called not gay Jared, which, you know, in retrospect, that nickname now seems to be like Steven called him not gay Jared because it was totally not gay to put Steven's dick on Jared. He's not, though, Jack. His base will forget and he'll go back to this, albeit probably smaller audience. I honestly think he'll quickly find another trad wife type. I don't think so, guys. Like, I think that honestly, if we keep talking about the fact that Steven Crowder repeatedly, like, put his dick on other men, I don't think there's coming back from that, really. I don't think in the conservative circles there's really a comeback for that. I don't look. I disagree with you guys. I think that, like, for guys who talk about the importance of family values all the time, to then be shown to, like, be regularly committing sexual assault, to be, like, actual assholes, to be, like, not just actual assholes, unreasonable assholes to the other conservatives around them who are picking unreasonable fights with other conservatives, who are on camera abusing their 8 months pregnant wife. I'm sorry. I don't think this has a good ending for Steven Crowder, legally or publicly. If he did it to women, they wouldn't care. Of course they wouldn't care if he did it to women. Of course. Hey, Posadas John. The shit that happens in the video, many people do. I'm sorry, many people do not ask their wives to potentially poison themselves and their unborn children to prove that, to prove their love. Sorry, that's not a thing many people do. Honestly, I think Crowder's going to end up on InfoWars. He's already sniffing around Alex Jones. You know, I gotta be honest with you, Lily Love Stuff. I think there's a very good chance of that happening. Yeah. I could see Steven Crowder trying to do an InfoWars style show. But, like, I think that he might have some degree of success with that. But he's not gonna be, like, the guy he thought he was. He's not gonna be pulling in, like, $100 million, like, contracts with, like, the Hollywood or whatever, like he thought he was going to. He's not gonna be pulling, like, a huge network contract like he thought he was. If anything, he'll be lucky if anyone in, like, the conservative media sphere offers him, like a budget of, like, $5 million. Like, probably wishes he took that deal with the Daily Wire. Absolutely he fucking does. But also, just, hey, I think it really damages conservatives when they're found out to have been putting their genitals on other men. I think that fundamentally damages the homophobic conservative brand that they've built up for themselves. He might have too much pride to be someone's underling like that. Oh, I don't think he would be, like, Alex Jones's underling. I think he'd be, like doing a show on the Alex Jones network of shows, you know? Basically, like, what he was doing at The Blaze. But, of course, maybe not. He might just try and forge his own way, you know? Just jumped in, so I didn't catch everything about Crowder, but did you say he sexually assaulted not gay Jared? Yeah, there are 2 different allegations corroborated by other former employees in this, like, an expose by the New York Post. They interviewed, like, over 10, possibly over a dozen former employees. And, yeah, here are the 2 allegations related to not gay Jared. A former staffer recalled driving back from Illinois in a van after a college show in March of 2018 when former producer Jared Monroe, whom Crowder dubbed Not Gay Jared, was targeted. Interesting that Crowder dubbed him that. Jared was asleep in the last row. Stephen was in front and he was joking about what he was going to do, the staffer recalled. He climbed over and dropped his junk on top of Jared's shoulder. That same person also claimed Crowder exposed himself to Jared in 2017 when they were in the green screen room filming a parody of Ghost. So, and this is not an isolated incident. There are also allegations that Crowder touched his genitals to his assistant and friend, John Goodman. And Dave Landau, better known as Crowder's little gremlin assistant, was allegedly exposed to Crowder's genitalia as well. At a meeting, at a conference table, with others present. So literally, like, several different instances of Stephen, like, whipping out his genitals and, like, rubbing them on people. I mean, he's got at least 50 million now. Why would you assume he has $50 million? He didn't sign with Daily Wire, so he doesn't have $50 million. Remember when everyone was all, who just shows porn at a board meeting about Kanye? Yeah. Yeah, Steven Crowder is currently worth an estimated $22 million. So, not quite 50. That Crowder will continue to be successful? Well, Crowder continuing to be successful depends on people continuing to watch Steven Crowder. And honestly, with the damage that is currently being done to his brand, that remains doubtful. Literally, all of the comments on his stream from yesterday were like about how cowardly he was for not addressing any of the like Hillary Crowder allegations against him that he said he was going to do. You know, so. I think that there has definitely been some brand damage here. This isn't like people trying to boycott Nike or something. Like, Steven Crowder has far less appeal than Nike. Yeah, no, he doesn't have $50 million. He's just insane and didn't accept the deal for $50 million. Wild stuff. He's very obviously closeted and self-hating bisexual, and a conservative, probably worse, so I believe he did this sort of frat prank type assault stuff. Steven Crowder isn't even closeted, right? Like, Steven Crowder has talked on the show about being bisexual. And maybe not on purpose, but this is real, and it happened.
I'm afraid, frankly, he used to have a bad temper. I'm afraid of it coming back. I'm afraid of Mr. Hyde rearing his ugly bisexual head. That was a short phase. No, I'm afraid.
Like, dude literally talked about how he was bisexual. He's admitted to liking men. Yep. He had a short phase where he was bisexual, which, look, I don't want to speculate about his sexuality or anything, but I do think it's pretty telling that he rubbed his genitals and exposed his genitals to one particular guy multiple times and then called him Not Gay Jared. there's a whole lot to unpack there. Like, that seems kind of like a horribly sexually assault-ridden, like, an attempt at flirting or something. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it, but that's kind of how it reads. I think I remember Blair White implied he was a chaser. Yeah, there was something about that as well. Oh God, I don't want to go through this entire. Nah, I'm not gonna go through that. There's an entire podcast episode. Nope. Yeah, Blair White has said he's actually not transphobic, and kind of implied that Steven Crowder was a chaser. Yeah. That courtroom guy, drunk tweeted how most conservative hosts are cheaters and chasers. Well, yeah. No, of course. If you are a mildly hot trans person, like, chances are pretty decent if you're in the public eye that, like, conservative hosts are just, like, fucking yanking their chains to you, okay? Am I a chaser? Well, a chaser is typically a cis man who is really into trans girls, but like in like to such a degree that they ignore like the humanity of like the trans person they're into. It's literally just like a fetish thing. And like yeah, it's there, and not that there's anything wrong with fetishes. It's just like the dehumanization that goes along with becoming a fetish object. All of these dudes are chasers. Alex Jones is too. Oh yeah, Alex Jones got caught with like trans porn on his phone. I'm always a little iffy with peeps using the term. What? Why can't they be normal when they yank their chain to trans women like the rest of us? Well, that would require admitting something to themselves and admitting something about trans people that they just don't want to do. I've seen it thrown at people who are just fine with dating trans women. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, like I think people have like claimed Walsh as like a chaser or whatever. I don't think that's true. Like there are plenty of people who will just like have sex with or like date trans people who are not chasers. Like they just happen to like and be into like a specific trans person, and like that's that's a normal thing. Like people see some people see other people and are attracted to them all the time. Public loser, I don't know who you're responding to. Can trans people be chasers? I assume it's probably possible for a trans person to be a chaser. Yeah, sure. I don't know that I've ever seen it happen. But like theoretically there's nothing really preventing that from happening, you know? Like there are black people who can be racist against other black people. Like being part of like a marginalized group doesn't mean you can't be like weird and like bigoted towards the group you're a part of, you know? Just had people argue that Walsh was an evil chaser, shared a bunch of evidence, which is just him saying he slept with trans women and men. Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. Preferring to date trans people doesn't automatically make you a chaser. Yeah, and like having a dating preference doesn't make you a chaser either. The same way having like a dating preference, like, you know, you prefer to date like black people, or you prefer to date like Asian people, or you prefer to date white people, like that doesn't make you racist. But I would say if you do have an incredibly strong preference for dating trans people or white people or black people or Asian people, if you do have a very, very strong preference, I think that it is very, very much worth doing some introspection as to why, and like whether or not there might be some kind of like internalized like bigotry towards either the group you are into or the groups you're not into, you know? Always worth having some introspection. It's just I've also seen a lot of people like draw a 1-to-1 comparison, like, oh, if you're only gonna date black people, like, well, that means you are racist. And like, I don't know that that's necessarily true, but like, it's worth considering that you might have some biases that are, you know, probably healthier to be addressed, you know? So yeah, exactly, Camel Spider. Like, it is possible to be trans in a chaser, but like there has to be a lot of internal damage there, you know, like for that to happen. I've seen too many racist white women who only date black men specifically. Yeah, like which is why I say it's worth like examining whether or not you have internal biases, but it's also not worth going around being like anyone who has these preferences is racist. I think that's maybe counterproductive. White women for black men. Well, yeah, of course it's a trope, but I feel like it being a trope means it's more like you should examine it more, right? Like if it's a common trope, like worth additional introspection, no? It's to do with the racist view of black men being like beasts. Well, yeah, no, we get it. We know why it's a trope, you know? Trust me, I'm the child of a white woman who used to only date black men, and she has a lot of mess happening with her. Yeah. Understandable. God, I just looked over and I realized I still had this up on my screen. Like, my hair was blocking my view, and I just looked over and was like, oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, that was genuinely scary. Oh, God. All right. Well. Wait, where did I... I am on during the day, Punk on a Bike. Because I'm having a rough go of it lately, and figured I would do my stream early so I can spend the evening with my partner. Folks, by the way, we've been going now for about 2 hours, and I'd just like to say, hey, if you're enjoying the content, if you have found this valuable or insightful or interesting or funny, consider throwing some subs or donos my way. For those of you who are over on YouTube or Twitch, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg. You can use the command !site to get a link to come on over here. Get on over here. You can be in the on-screen chat. It's good stuff. Get on over here. And any subs you gift, I get 100% of the value of your sub, as opposed to 50% or 70% over on Twitch and YouTube, respectively. Come on over here, because I can only exist with your help. Otherwise, I die, and you get no more content. That's just, yeah. Get in the boat, Shinji. Get in the boat. Yeah. Come on over to the cool chat. And folks who are currently on riverboat.gg, consider tossing out some subs. You can do that by clicking the subscribe button, and that's where you go to either subscribe yourself, subscribe a specific chatter, or subscribe random chatters, so you can gift subs there. And that is extraordinarily helpful to maintaining my my ability to exist. Additionally, you can make a direct dono on the with the dono button, which should be like right up there somewhere. So please consider helping out those ways, and if you are unable to or don't feel inclined, please make sure to hit the follow button over on Twitch, and the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the stream, all that good stuff. Let's pump those numbers. Let's go. Punk on a Bike, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Thank you for being subscribed for 5 goddamn months. Goddamn. Public Loser, thank you for the $20 dono. Do not die. I will do my best, friend, and thank you for helping me to get a little bit closer to that not dying goal. Okay, y'all are real important for achieving that. Okay. Also, if you don't donate, you're transphobic. Sorry, don't make the rules. Don't make the rules. I don't make the rules, okay? You are hastening my death and therefore transphobic. All right. Okay, folks. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. So there's this guy. Rather, thankfully, there was this guy. A little fella by the name of Jeffrey Epstein. Who was a well-known international financier. And don't you dare Google anything about him, because he was just a cool guy who had a lot of money from unknown sources, and definitely had an island where that was dedicated to raping underage children. So we know that because he was convicted for it and went to prison for it, was on house arrest for it for many years, and then went to prison for it, and then mysteriously died under suspicious circumstances. Well, there new information has come out about who knew Jeffrey Epstein. And well, there's some interesting folks, of course. The director of the CIA says he had no clue that meeting with Jeffrey Epstein was a bad idea. Posadas John, thank you for the $5 dono. Here, so I can keep my not transphobe card. Hell yeah. Needed to pick up hot trans dude with fat asses? Hell yeah. Let's see. Okay, newly identified Epstein contacts are in the news this week thanks to the Wall Street Journal. The journal reports that it has obtained thousands of pages of Epstein's emails and schedules from the period between 2013 and 2017 that include the names of individuals he was scheduled to meet with. So you know, we have a whole lot of new information about who is meeting with Jeffrey Epstein. And you might think, well, that's great. That's wonderful. And you know what? It is. It's actually great that we know. I just need to point out that Jeffrey Epstein was convicted in 2008. The first time around, he was convicted. So pleaded guilty to a state charge, one of two, of procuring for prostitution a girl below the age of 18. 2008. Allegations initially surfaced in 2005 to 2006. So, like, in there, like, is when, like, the first rumblings of this happened. So, 2008, he was finally convicted. Despite that, the CIA director had no idea that Jeffrey Epstein was on the sex offender registry. You know, seems to be a bit of an oversight there. But of course, Jeffrey Epstein wasn't the only person to be revealed to have met Jeffrey Epstein. And folks, this is gonna be a hard one for you guys. Okay, this is gonna be a hard blow for you guys. So I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Noam Chomsky met Jeffrey Epstein numerous times after he was convicted for as a sex offender. There's nothing more to say about that. So we go on here. In terms of star power, the biggest is probably linguist and activist Noam Chomsky, who confirmed to the Journal that he occasionally saw Epstein to discuss neuroscience and other subjects. Yeah, it was a regular just Socratic like conversation going on with the convicted child molester. Epstein liked to make a show of his interest in science. Chomsky is not accused of any inappropriate or criminal behavior. I'm sorry, Noam, but like that makes it somehow weirder to me. Like, oh yeah, I just got together with the child molester to talk about science. Why? Literally anybody else. There are so many other people on the planet to talk to who know stuff about science who aren't convicted pedophiles. Like, why? There's also an incredible Mad Libs payoff deep in the article concerning, concerning a dinner that Chomsky and Epstein reportedly had in New York City. You simply will not believe who the other A-list guests at the dinner were. I shit you not. I'm going to just directly quote, okay? I'm just going to directly quote. 2 months later, Epstein planned to fly with Mr. Chomsky and his wife to have dinner with them and the movie director Woody Allen and his wife Sunyi Previn, the documents show. If there was a flight, which I doubt, it would have been from Boston to New York, 30 minutes, Mr. Chomsky said. I'm unaware of the principle that requires that I inform you about an evening spent with a great artist. For those of you who don't know, Woody Allen's wife, Sunyi Previn, is like his adopted daughter. Woody Allen married his own daughter. Like, fucking wild shit. A proud Leckian? Is this at all related to Matt Leck from the Majority Report? Just goddamn. I believe Epstein was obsessed with preserving his head after death to be brought back to life. Well, yeah, Epstein was obsessed with, like, freezing his own head. He was also obsessed with spreading his seed across the face of the earth. He wanted to get as many people pregnant as possible. Like, it's wild, weird sex cult shit. Yeah, it's not great. Oh. So, not only does Noam Chomsky get really weirdly defensive, right? Like, he spends the night with like a child diddler, Woody Allen, and his wife, who herself was a child diddled by Woody Allen, and with Jeffrey Epstein, and then like talks about how he doesn't remember flying with one of the highest profile child molesters in history. And he talks about, I doubt that I was even on a flight. And then he gets like, he says, I am unaware of the principle that requires that I inform you about an evening spent with a great artist. There's not a principle there. People are just asking you pretty valid questions about your time spent with two prolific child sexual abusers. Like, what? That's not a weird question to ask somebody. Also grudgingly confirming that he met Epstein is William Burns, a longtime State Department figure, who is now the director of the CIA. And who claims to have had no idea who Jeffrey Epstein was. Motherfucker, like, come on. Everyone in Washington knew who the fuck Jeffrey Epstein was. God. I just, for me, there's really no good takeaway here, except that, Noam Chomsky may have done something extraordinarily sussy alongside Jeffrey Epstein and Woody Allen, okay? Yeah, exactly. Just like everyone in Washington knows that, Lindsey Graham is gay, and they just kind of casually allude to it without directly saying it. Oh, God. I just, there's not a whole lot more to this story, except I think there are some clips of an interview that, like, this one? No, wasn't this one. Whatever. Can't find it easily. Still remember Bill Gates got asked in an interview about Epstein and he said, well, he's dead, and laughed like a villain. He did. That is a thing.
Was reported at that time that you had a number of meetings with Jeffrey Epstein, who, when you met him 10 years ago, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution from minors. What did you know about him when you were meeting with him, as you've said yourself, in the hopes of raising money?
I had dinners with him. I regret doing that. He had
Just the weirdest reactions. Anytime this man gets brought up, he's dead. And like Bill Gates is like fidgeting like a anxious school child, like he's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
He had relationships with people he said, would give to global health, which is a interest I have. Not nearly enough philanthropy goes in that direction. Those meetings were a mistake. They didn't result in what he purported, and I cut them off. That goes back a long time ago now. So there's nothing new on that.
It was reported that you continued to meet with him over several years, and that, in other words, a number of meetings. What did you do when you found out about his background?
Well, I've said I regretted having those dinners, and there's absolutely nothing new on that.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead, so in general, you always have to be careful. And I'm very proud of what we've done in philanthropy. Very proud of the work of the foundation. That's what I get up every day and focus on.
Dude is like
every day.
Dude is practically giddy here. What the hell? Any lessons here? Well, he's dead. like practically. Nope, no lessons to be taken away from this, except I can kill my way to get out. I wanted the evil laughter. I think the evil laughter is an edit. I totally didn't have him killed. Honestly, I don't know. I wouldn't point a finger at Bill Gates and say Bill Gates got Jeffrey Epstein murdered, but like, there were so many people who wanted Jeffrey Epstein dead. Excuse me. Yeah, honestly, it's so many suspects. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, hiccups. But yeah, I don't think I'm not a big conspiracy person, but like, yeah, I think the circumstances around Jeffrey Epstein's death are incredibly suspicious. Yeah, so in 2019, Jeffrey Epstein was found injured and semi-conscious at 1:30 a.m. on the floor of his cell with marks around his neck. His cellmate was a former New York City police officer named Nicholas Tartaglione, who was awaiting trial for 4 counts of murder. He denied having any knowledge of what happened to Epstein, which is kind of bullshit. They're in the same prison cell. Epstein said he believed he was attacked by his cellmate, while correctional staff suspected attempted suicide. According to NBC News, 2 sources said that Epstein might have tried to hang himself. A third said injuries were not serious, could have been staged, and a fourth source said that an assault by his cellmate had not been ruled out. After that incident, he was placed on suicide watch. 6 days later, on July 29, 2019, Epstein was taken off suicide watch and placed in a special housing unit with another inmate. Epstein's close associates said he was in good spirits. I just gotta say, why are you putting him in cells with other people? Why? Give him his own cell. I know. Look, I know we have no separate treatment under the law, but he's literally one of the most, like, high-value prisoners we had. You know? God. When Epstein was placed in the special housing unit, the jail informed the Justice Department that he would have a cellmate, and that a guard would look into the cell every 30 minutes. These procedures were not followed on the night of his death. Weird. On August 9th, 2019, Epstein's cellmate was transferred out, but no one took his place. Later in the evening, contrary to the jail's normal procedure, Epstein was not checked every 30 minutes. The 2 guards who were sent to check his jail until that night fell asleep and did not check on him for about 3 hours. Wow, that's so goddamn convenient. The guards then falsified related records. 2 cameras in front of Epstein's cell also malfunctioned that night. He didn't fucking kill himself, okay? That's too many things going wrong for one specific guy. Epstein was then found dead in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York City at 6:30 a.m. On August 10th, 2019, the Bureau of Prisons said life-saving measures were initiated immediately upon discovery of Epstein's body. Emergency responders were called. He was taken to a hospital. Then Attorney General William Barr called the death an apparent suicide, although no final determination had been made. And the circumstances leading up to his death are still being investigated by the United States Department of Justice. Yeah, I'm sure they'll get right on that. Okay, I'm sure they're devoting every waking hour to solving that case, to cracking that completely and utterly suspicious nut. Yeah, do we know what happened with those prison guards? Are they out, like, riding 20 jet skis at once in the Bahamas? Honestly, he may have killed himself. They just gave him the means. Honestly, though, they didn't give him the means. Like, he had like, bed sheets that were, like, tissue paper that are made specifically so you don't, like, kill yourself. He had no reason to kill himself. God. Yeah, also, here are the autopsy results. It appeared that Epstein had thrown himself violently off the cell's top bunk, which it would explain the damage he suffered, other than strangulation. So, he didn't hang himself, he tried to break his neck? Which is an incredibly painful way to try and kill oneself. I don't know if any of you have deliberately tried to break your own spine at any point, but probably pretty hard to do. The preliminary result of the autopsy found that Epstein sustained multiple breaks in his neck bones. Among the bones broken in Epstein's neck was the hyoid bone. Such breaks of the hyoid bone can occur from those who hang themselves, but they are more common in victims of homicide by strangulation. A 2010 study found broken hyoids in 25% of cases by hangings. A larger study conducted from 2010 to 2016 found hyoid damage in just 16 of 264, or 6% of cases by hangings. Hyoid bone breaks become more common with age as the bones become more brittle, but they're much more common in cases of strangulation. Forensic pathologist Cyril Wecht noted that hanging by leaning forward would not result in broken cervical bones, which Epstein had. Yes. On August 16th, 2019, Barbara Sampson, the New York City medical examiner, ruled Epstein's death a suicide by hanging, despite the fact that most of the autopsy results don't really indicate that he hanged himself at all. The medical examiner, according to Epstein's defense counsel, only saw 9 minutes of footage from one security camera to help her arrive at that conclusion. The medical examiner only saw footage from one security camera. Epstein's defense lawyers were not satisfied with the conclusion of the medical examiner and were conducting their own independent investigation into the cause of Epstein's death, including taking legal action, if necessary, to view the pivotal camera footage near his cell during the night of his death. Epstein's lawyers, who, by the way, Epstein's lawyers in this case are trying to prove that he was murdered in order to reap financial benefits from doing so, of course. Epstein's lawyers said that the evidence concerning Epstein's death was far more consistent with murder than suicide. Michael Baden, an independent pathologist hired by the Epstein estate, observed the autopsy. In October of 2019, Dr. Baden said that Mr. Epstein, 66, experienced a number of injuries, among them a broken bone in his neck, that are extremely unusual in suicide hangings and could occur much more commonly in homicidal strangulation. And Baden concluded that he thinks that the evidence points to homicide rather than suicide. Keep in mind that Epstein died while in federal custody. So that's why, like, the Justice Department is, like, involved in the investigation. God. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Judge Richard M. Berman, who is overseeing Epstein's criminal case, wrote to the Metropolitan Correctional Center warden Lamine Ndiaye, inquiring as to whether an investigation into the millionaire's apparent suicide would include a probe into his prior July 23rd injuries. Judge Berman wrote that to his knowledge, it had never been definitely explained what they concluded about the incident. So, the Metropolitan Correctional Center also never released the results of their investigation onto Epstein's earlier injuries, which is so goddamn convenient. Oh, here we go. 1 week after having signed his final will, it had been reported that at least one camera in the hallway outside Epstein's cell had footage that was unusable, although other usable footage was recorded in the area. 2 cameras that malfunctioned in front of Epstein's cell were also sent to an FBI crime lab for examination. Federal prosecutors subpoenaed up to 20 correctional officers concerning the cause of Epstein's death. On November 19th of 2019, federal prosecutors in New York charged Metropolitan Correctional Guards Michael Thomas and Tova Noel with creating false records and with conspiracy after video footage obtained by prosecutors revealed that Epstein had, against regulation, been in his cell unchecked for 8 hours prior to being found dead. Yeah, just, he's required to be checked on every 30 minutes, but they didn't check on it for 8 hours. Yeah, okay, On May 22nd, 2021, the two guards admitted they falsified records but were spared from any time behind bars under a deal with federal prosecutors. As part of a deferred prosecution agreement, on May 25th, both officers pleaded guilty to falsifying records and conspiracy to defraud the United States. They were sentenced to 6 months supervisory release and will be required to perform 100 hours of community service. And I just gotta say, that's the conclusion that we're at so far. No other further conclusion about the Epstein stuff. All we're getting now is that Noam Chomsky and the current director of the CIA also just continually met with Jeffrey Epstein. And that Noam Chomsky partied with Woody Allen and his child bride. Along with Jeffrey Epstein. God. Jail. All of them. All of them to jail. Everyone who met with Epstein, jail. I'll bite that bullet. Okay, I need to use the bathroom. I will be right back, folks. Stick around. We got way more content in store for you guys. Hello! Hey, Jazor. Hello, Polly has his cracker. Thanks, Winby. Hello, Matataihu. Matatiahu. Whatever. I got it right the first time. All seen, dude. Oh, Lizzie Nepon, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch. Do it, Winby. Those morels, they worth their weight in gold, baby. Crowder was showing off his wad of chewing gum. Yeah. Numerous times across several incidents. Hey, Build-A-Dog, how you doing? Yes, and chat, we have been streaming, by the way, for almost 3 hours now. If any of you would like to support chat with subs or bits, or I would very much appreciate it. You can do so by coming on over to riverboat.gg and donating some subs. You know, help us defend against the white name scourge by gifting subs, as well as subscribing yourself, or you could even gift other folks higher levels of subs. Additionally, good old-fashioned donos help a whole lot. So if any of you have been enjoying the content, please help a girl out, because I do this full time. Literally, without you guys, I would not exist. So. Thank you for being the little friends in my computer who I work with to make a better tomorrow for everyone else. That's the least shocking thing ever. Yeah, it's even less shocking, Deadman, when you realize that multiple of the incidents with Steven Crowder's genitals involved a coworker that he nicknamed Not Gay Jared. Presumably because of how not gay it was for Steven to rub his junk on Not Gay Jared and also show Not Gay Jared his junk. So, yeah, the very, very unshocking turn of events for Steven Crowder. Actual psycho. Okay. Let's go with this next story. All right. So folks, I don't know if you I don't know whomst amongst you doesn't know this. But there is there's a children's book series titled Frog and Toad. Okay? Frog and Toad. It is about two delightfully cozy chaps who hang out together and love each other very much, and talk about being friends and loving one another, and they dress in dapper little suits and coats and pants, and of course they ride a little tandem bicycle, and it's adorable. Okay? Love those guys. Delightful little duo. They're back in the news again because and this is a children's book series that originated in the early 1970s, and it's persisted in pop culture to this day because they're just really lovely creatures. Like it's just a really lovely like children's book mainstay. You know, they're just real nice. Okay. And it's just nice. Okay, like that's like the entirety of the entire situation. Like you just see illustrations from this series and you're like, oh, that's nice. That's nice. They love each other. Yeah, Mr. Frog and Toad. Yeah, Mr. Frog and Toad, yes. Well, it's back in the news lately because Apple TV Plus has announced that they are doing an animated children's series based on the premise. Here's the trailer.
Once upon a time, there were two good friends. A frog
I wish Toad could see this.
and a toad.
You are missing the most beautiful first day of spring. Look at the butterfly.
Yes,
Listen to the baby birds.
adorable.
Think of all the new adventures we will have.
Introducing a new series based on the award-winning books.
You were supposed to crack the eggs.
With friends, anything is possible.
Are you sure this kite will fly?
Oh,
Unbelievable! Incredible! Unbelievably incredible!
We did it, Frog.
I knew we could. It just took some confidence.
How exciting!
I'm glad you got me out of bed to enjoy this day with you. Tomorrow morning, feel free to wake me up.
Frog and Toad.
And it's just delightful. It's just delightfully wholesome. It's real nice. And of course, Matt Walsh is fucking furious about this thing existing. I kid you not. Matt Walsh dedicated like a 10-minute long segment of his show to talk about how much he hates what we just watched. Okay? So here we go. Gents and gentesses and gentens. Here we go.
I was sitting on the couch yesterday morning, and like most Sunday mornings, I was reading some books to my 3-year-old daughter, and we enjoy many different books. We enjoy reading Dr. Seuss, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, all the classics. But one of our favorite book series is Frog and Toad. Each book in the series, if you're not familiar, tells of the exploits of two characters, a frog and a toad named Frog and Toad, amphibious friends who get into all sorts of adventures, such as flying kites and building snowmen and riding bicycles. I've been a Frog and Toad fan going back 30 years to my own early childhood. In fact, Frog and Toad provide...
Man, Frog and Toad going back 30 years, so the 1990s. Okay, the 1990s, the 1980s.
me with my very first public speaking opportunity. In second grade, the teacher selected me to read one of the Frog and Toad books, and in its entirety, aloud to the class. And it was a great honor because usually, you read like a page or something, but I got to read the whole book. Pretty big deal. And I captivated and thrilled my audience by not only reading the story flawlessly, but even using different voices for Frog and Toad. It was a bold, creative decision, and it paid off wonderfully. Anyway, as I was reading one of...
Did he literally just brag about doing the voices in a children's storybook in 2nd grade? I'm pretty sure Matt Walsh has actually done a reading of his own children's book, and I'm fairly certain in the video we watched, Matt Walsh doesn't bother to voice act the characters in his own children's book. So I can only assume that Matt Walsh actually put forward less effort in presenting his own children's book than he did when he read the Frog and Toad book to his class in 2nd grade. Literally put in less effort than like a 7 or an 8-year-old, you know? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, no, confirmed. He did not voice act his own book. Cowardly behavior, because his heart is not only filled with hatred.
Of the books to my daughter yesterday, the thought occurred to me that maybe there's a Frog and Toad TV show that we can watch. I'd never thought to look for one before, but it seemed like the kind.
Yeah, of course. And the fact that he would think about this just days after a Frog and Toad Apple TV Plus series is announced, I'm sure that's just a weird coinkydink. I'm sure that's just like a weird little coincidence. Yeah, it came out literally 2 weeks ago. The trailer dropped, and more recently it dropped on another channel called What's on Apple TV Plus. So I don't know. I'm gonna call kind of bullshit on Matt Walsh's story here.
Kind of thing that might have aired on PBS back in like 1993. Though you would think that I would have heard of it back then if it had existed as a Frog and Toad diehard as I was back then. So after we finished the book, I looked it up to see if there was a show. And as it happens, great coincidence, there is a Frog and Toad series which just debuted last week on Apple TV. And I was excited about the news. But then the cynical part of my brain took over. If this was a PBS show from 1993, well, there'd be nothing to worry about. These days, though, we know that no kid's show is safe, even one as innocent and charming as Frog and Toad. So I realized that I needed to do a little bit more research to make sure that nothing has been done to wokeify the stories. But then as I started to do that, I thought to myself, come on, what are you worried about? What are they going to do to Frog and Toad? What, are they going to turn them into gay lovers or something? Let's be serious. Well, it only took about 5 seconds of Googling to pull up this headline on the Daily Beast. Quote, Frog and Toad are still gay in Apple's new kids show. Not just gay, you notice, still gay. Because they were gay all along, we're told.
Yes, that they were gay all along, Matt. They were gay all along. And we know this because the author, 4 years after writing the first Frog and Toad book, came out as gay. It was written by a gay man in the 1970s, Matt. They ride tandem bicycles, Matt. You're acting like this is... Look at the way they look at each other, Matt. They hold each other, Matt. They ride fucking adorable tandem bicycles. And I gotta say, I have never seen anyone ride a tandem bicycle together if they ain't fucking, okay? I've never seen that happen. Or at the very least, smooching, okay? That's like, people ride tandem bicycles when they're like Parisian, like, lovers, okay? They're just two little dudes who want to hold hands. Hell, they might not even be banging, okay? I personally like the idea of them being like two little asexual kings, okay? Also, Baycop Eternal, thank you so much for gifting a tier 3 sub to build a dog. That is an incredibly generous gifted sub and helps me out so goddamn much. Thank you very, very much. Very generous. So, yeah, literally, you can... this isn't even, like, deep lore, okay? Like, this is from 2016. Frog and Toad, an amphibious celebration of same-sex love. And you scroll down after the kind of the preamble here. You know, it's written by, oh god, what's his name? Arnold Lobel. Lobel wrote and illustrated the Frog and Toad series, was born in 1933, raised in Synecdoche, New York. Having begun his career doing work for advertising agencies, he started illustrating for Harper & Row in 1961. Following year, he published his book, A Zoo for Mr. Muster, about a man who becomes a zookeeper so that he can spend all day with his animal friends. During his career, he worked on dozens of children's books, both as a writer and as an illustrator, and also in some instances in collaboration with his wife, Anita Kempler, whom he met while studying art and theater as an undergraduate at Pratt Institute. I feel like we have a few indications here that he might be not completely straight. Let's see. In his Frog and Toad books, published between 1970 and 1979, the pair visit each other at home and explore their natural surroundings together, occasionally seeing other animals, like a snail who is a mailman, or birds who enjoy cookies that Frog and Toad throw out when they can't stop eating them. Many of these stories still make me laugh, like the one in which Toad wakes up and makes a list of things to do. "Wake up," he writes, then immediately crosses it out. "I have already done that," he says. Lobel's daughter, Adrienne Lobel, a painter and set designer who lives in Manhattan, told me that her father's sense of humor was influenced by the popular TV series. His favorites were Bewitched and The Carol Burnett Show, and I feel like, again, we have some indications that he might not be completely straight. Let's see here. Yes. When she produced a stage adaptation of the Frog and Toad stories in 2002, the opening number had the amphibian duo coming out of hibernation, somewhat dreamily, like the number The Babbitt and the Bromide, performed by Fred Astaire and Gene Kelly, in which the two men intermittently throughout life exchange superficial pleasantries and then meet in heaven and do the same. As a child, Adrienne didn't think there was anything particularly special about her father reading her the stories he had written. It was just, Papa's written another story, and he's going to read it to me now. She recalled a time when she and her younger brother, Adam, were fighting in the back of a car on a road trip. My father had been very quiet for a long time, and I guess he couldn't stand listening to us anymore, and he said, "Do you want to hear a story?" So we settled down, and he recited from beginning to end, in verse, a story he had just written in his head. Which, by the way, that is impressive, right? Reciting a story you wrote in your head that is also in verse. First of all, dude's really talented. Second of all, that is not a super straight skill to have, just as an FYI. But you know what? We stand all kings, straight and queer, who can do poetry, okay? The Frog and Toad books remain in print to this day and still pop up among the shelves of young parents. Let's see. I asked Adrienne, who now has a teenage daughter of her own, why she thinks the two characters have such staying power. It was the only thing he wrote that involved a relationship, she said. I've watched children grow up, and that whole drama that's kind of like the precursor to the hell of romance later in life. Who is best friends with whom, and who likes who when, and this person doesn't like me now. It's very painful, and I think that children really like to hear that this is not abnormal, that Frog and Toad go through these dramas every day. Take, for instance, the story of Alone from Days with Frog and Toad, in which Toad goes to Frog's house to visit him but finds a note on the door that reads, "Dear Toad, I'm not at home. I went out. I want to be alone." Toad begins to experience a little crisis. Frog has me for a friend. Why does he want to be alone? Toad discovers that Frog is sitting and thinking on an island far from shore, and he worries that Frog isn't happy and doesn't want to see him anymore. But when they meet, after Toad falls headfirst into the water and soaks the sandwiches he's made for lunch, Frog says, "I am happy. I am very happy. This morning when I woke up, I felt good because the sun was shining. I felt good because I was a frog, and I felt good because I have you for a friend. I wanted to be alone. I wanted to think about how fine everything is." In the end, the trials of their relationship are worth bearing because Frog and Toad are most content when they're together. Adrian suspects that there's another dimension to the series' sustained popularity. Frog and Toad are of the same sex, and they love each other, she told me. It was quite ahead of its time in that respect. In 1974, 4 years after the first book in the series was published, Lobel came out to his family as gay. I think Frog and Toad really was the beginning of him coming out, Adrian told me. Lobel never publicly discussed a connection between the series and his sexuality, but he did comment on the ways in which personal material made its way into his stories. In a 1977 interview with the children's book journal The Lion and the Unicorn, he said, "You know, if an adult has an unhappy love affair, he writes about it. He exercises it out of himself, perhaps by writing a novel about it. Well, if I have an unhappy love affair, I have to somehow use all that pain and suffering, but turn it into a work for children." Lobel died in 1987, an early victim of the AIDS crisis. He was only 54, Adrian told me. Think of all the stories we missed. So, just want to throw this out there, Matt Walsh. Maybe, and I'm just spitballing here. Maybe a book written by a gay man who talked about turning his internal struggles into work suitable for children, who came out as gay shortly after publishing this series, and then also died of AIDS, maybe, might have something to do with gay relationships. And, you know, given that it's two dudes in this story, a frog and a toad, both dudes hanging out, might be somewhat reasonable to interpret it as a gay story. This is like, it's a quintessentially gay story written by a quintessentially gay man. Like, I cannot think of a better example of, like, a gay in, like, the 70s and 80s dying from AIDS who struggled his entire life to come out, and instead of just coming out directly, initially wrote a book about two gay frogs. I can't, like, that's the most gay thing. That's one of the most gay things I've ever heard in my life. But Matt Walsh just absolutely shocked and bodied by this news.
Indeed, the subheading tells us that fans cherish the book for being gay.
His daughter literally talks about how people cherish it for being gay, and how it was written by her father, a gay man.
Quote, the creator of Apple TV Plus's new Frog and Toad series talks through bringing the children's book characters to life and not being afraid of the queer subtext so many fans cherish. We're then treated to an interview with Rob Hoagie, who's the showrunner for the new Apple TV series and the man entrusted with the job of bringing the work of the late children's author Arnold Lobel to life. Reading from the article, it says, quote, the new series follows the titular pals going through the events of those classic short stories. Cranky Toad refuses to get out of bed in the morning, but an energetic frog bothers him until he rouses. A wistful Toad yearns to receive a letter in his mailbox, so Frog writes him one, but reveals what the letter says before it can arrive at Toad's stoop. Little tales of small gestures guide children and older folks through the commitment of friendship. Just because Frog and Toad are very different creatures doesn't mean they'll never see eye to eye. Well, it all sounds innocent and fun so far, right? How could it not be? These are very simple stories geared towards very young children. But then we get to this part. Quote, Hoagie found it important to consider the queer subtext of the
Just as an FYI, I feel like it's really important for us to remember that this is the thing that Matt Walsh is talking about. This is what he's so upset about.
Frog and Toad books. A significant number of his cast and crew identify as LGBTQ+, Hoagie says, and he aspired, quote, to make sure that everyone felt that they were being heard and their contribution, their Frog and Toad, lived on in whatever shape that was. You can't deny it, Hoagie says. It's part of the books. It's part of the legacy. Though Frog and Toad are simply called friends in the series and in the books, Arnold Lobel came out to his family as gay in 1974 after the books had been published. In a 2016 interview with The New Yorker, Adrian Lobel called the books the beginning of him coming out. Over the years, Frog and Toad have become gay icons. There are shirts that read "Frog and Toad are gay." Even when the series was announced, Them wrote an article headlined, "Everyone's favorite queer couple, Frog and Toad, are coming to TV." Quote, "What we wanted to do here is create a faithful adaptation of the books," Hoagie says. "For people, a lot of readers of a certain age, Frog and Toad as characters seen through a queer lens is hugely important to them. We can't deny anyone that meaning to them as far as these characters go. If that's how you see the characters in the book, it's fair to say that you will have the opportunity to see a similar viewpoint in the show as well." Okay, so a few things here.
Matt Walsh here demonstrating that he is completely unable to understand how people might interpret Frog and Toad as homosexuals. Like, just the inability of him to even understand or comprehend that is wild.
First of all, the conservatives, the right, we're always accused of turning everything into a culture war. But as usual, that accusation is nothing but projection from the left. And in fact, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen in reaction to this very segment that you're currently listening to. Okay? Media Matters is going to take it, and they're going to say, Matt Walsh goes on unhinged rant about Frog and Toad, acting like we're the ones who have made it ideological and political. We're the ones who have found some sort of messaging
freaks,
in it.
dude.
When in fact, they're telling us that they put the messaging in the show.
The messaging was already there, you dumb fuck. You dumb motherfucker. If you had cared to look up who might have written the beloved children's series of your youth, you might have noticed he was gay, motherfucker. And that subtext and that context kinda means something to people. You dumb motherfucker. Like, oh yeah, they're all gonna say that we're the crazy ones. We're crazy. Oh, also my audio is desynced. Ooh. Hello. Okay, we got it. We got audio back. Okay. Hello. Fuck. Okay. So, long story short, Matt Walsh is a dumb motherfucker, and doesn't actually care enough about the subject to look up any additional context. He just wants to use it as a cudgel to kind of point his conservative goons at, gay and trans people. Okay, that's fundamentally all he cares about. He doesn't care about the facts of the matter. He doesn't care about the context. He doesn't care about the subtext of the books he claims to love so much. He saw the trailer and thought, oh, this would be a wonderful opportunity to try and get some dunks. And he just is too dumb and too disinterested to actually care to present any real information to his audience. Which, by the way, if you're here watching this segment, Matt Walsh audience, I just want you guys to be aware he has the utmost contempt for you. He thinks that not only are you so easily duped that he doesn't have to do the barest amount of research on any given subject or show any amount of intellectual curiosity on any given subject. He just thinks that you are willing to take his word to become his goon. Okay? He is using you, motherfucker. And you're either just okay with being used, or you are too dumb to realize that he is using you. It's one of those two. There aren't really other options available to you. So I guess if you're going to continue to watch and listen to Matt Walsh, just be aware that he is using you like tissue paper, okay? Goodness. Audio going in and out. That doesn't look like audio is going in and out. No, it's fine? Okay.
They are the ones who won't allow anything at all to remain outside of the culture war.
It was never outside of the culture war, Matt. It was literally gay from the moment you read it as a child. You read gay propaganda, Matt, and somehow you still managed to be a huge, colossal, bigoted prick. And I don't know, if anything, that works against your point. About how all of this is somehow going to indoctrinate children to be gay and trans. So, I don't know. You're a self-defeating embodiment of your own argument.
Look, nobody is arguing that Frog and Toad was originally conservative or right-wing, or that it was anti-gay, or that it promoted biblical marriage. We aren't asking that Frog and Toad be restored to its original purpose of promoting the conservative position on culture war issues. No.
Yeah, because it never was in that position, Matt. It would be an impossible argument to make because it never held that position.
Oh, we're not saying that. It was just a story about a frog and a toad who were friends and went on adventures. It was utterly neutral on the question of homosexuality. It didn't render a verdict. It was not concerned with the issue. And that was okay. More than okay. It's what we should be able to expect of children's entertainment. Okay, the author of the book came out as gay. So what? What, are you saying that gay people are incapable of creating something that has nothing to do with being gay?
I'm saying that if a gay man who's closeted in the 1970s and who has a family and everything to lose writes a story about two friends who do everything together and who check on each other every day and hold hands and ride tandem bicycles and generally just treat each other with love and respect. Yeah, I'm saying that might be something that could have a lot of gay subtext to it, especially considering that context. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, in the early 1970s, if something was gay and for children, it just wouldn't be published, Matt. That's the world you want to bring back, you know?
So he might have been gay, but the story that he wrote down and illustrated was just about a frog and a toad who were friends. That's what it was. LGBT activists cannot allow anything to be neutral. Everybody and everything and every show and every book and every story must take a position on the LGBT issue, the only issue they care about. And of course, that position must be one of full acceptance of whatever else.
Also, his daughter has repeatedly said in interviews that Frog and Toad was a component of his coming out process. So, I don't know. Who are you going to believe, I guess? Matt Walsh, some schmuck who doesn't give a shit about this issue, or the author's own daughter? I don't know. I know who I would personally trust more in that equation, but you do you, boo, okay?
LGBT activists believe in whatever they want to do. We should understand that according to the left, we are all sexual beings and only sexual beings. There's nothing else about us that matters.
That's literally not a component of any leftism I have ever heard in my life.
We are walking, talking sets of genitals wandering around and looking.
Bro, the only one who makes arguments that are genital essentialist is Matt Walsh. Are you fucking kidding me here? Matt Walsh is the one who wants to box people in based on what their genitals happen to be, okay? You literally made an entire movie about how people with penises are men. What are you talking about?
Looking for other sets to
Thank you
bump
for the
into,
$5 dono.
according to them. They look out at the world through this lens of compulsive sexual preoccupation. They cannot conceive of anything as existing apart from that. Even a children's book about a frog and a toad gets sucked into this sex-obsessive whirlwind. Everything does. No.
It has nothing to do... Like, okay, I joke about frog and toad, like, fucking, but, like, the frog and toad story isn't about them fucking. It's about them being in a homosexual relationship with each other. The fact that Matt Walsh equates this with fucking, I think, is deeply troubling. If that were the case, by the way, Matt Walsh just mentioning that he is married to a woman is him bringing up fucking, okay? Mentioning the fact that he has several children with his wife is him mentioning fucking. If you were to go by this standard, like, he's the one who is saying that it's all about sex. But that's just conservative projection onto queer relationships. Because guess what? People in the queer community know that relationships are more than just about fucking and who you fuck. We know that it's about how you feel about the other person. We know it's how you treat other people. We know that asexual people exist who are not really that interested in fucking and are much more interested in hand-holding or just, enjoying other people's company and having those intimate romantic relationships without any of the fucking. And that is an equally valid way to exist. And the fact that Matt Walsh cannot conceive of a story about two gay men without thinking that it's all about the two gay men fucking is part of his delusion. That's the deluded, sick, and depraved world that Matt Walsh and people like him have constructed for themselves. That has nothing to do with the queer community.
Nothing escapes. Stories of male friendship especially do not escape. It's naturally hard enough for boys to form deep and meaningful friendships with each other. It's even harder as they grow older and become men. Because as guys, we don't typically like to do things like talk and share our feelings, and we can more easily become totally absorbed in our work and our responsibilities and our hobbies, the things that we do. And we can become completely invested in that and leaving no time for friendships and oftentimes, no desire for them, which isn't actually healthy. It's not a good thing.
Wow, Matt Walsh actually said something that is correct. Except literally every aspect of Matt Walsh's ideology encourages men not to seek out those friendships and instead to focus on their families and on their careers. Because in Matt Walsh's world, men are the ones who bring home the bacon. They are the ones who make the money and provide for the family. And if they aren't doing that, they are failing in their marital duties, in their familial duties. Okay? Making friends takes time that could otherwise be spent at work, making the monies.
And that's why it's important to emphasize the value of friendship, especially to boys, and to provide examples of it. Even these innocent, childish kind of examples in children's books. But those examples are being systematically taken away as the left insists that every male friendship has a homoerotic subtext. This has the effect of making male friendships seem even less desirable to the males themselves. Like, I can't think of a better way to make sure that boys don't become friends with each other than by having the left sitting there and pointing to every example of male friendship in pop culture and saying, oh, they must be gay. Why?
That would only dissuade little boys from making friends with other little boys if you were telling them there was something wrong with being gay. Like, that's... If you were simply not telling children that being gay was wrong, well, then they wouldn't have any compunction about making friends with other little boys. The same way, there's not really a compunction among, like, little boys and little girls being friends because, hey, they're both just little kids who want to play, you know, at the end of the day. And yeah, even though heterosexuality is far more common, it's still deeply weird if, like, a little boy has, like, a little girl who is his friend, and, like, everyone's like, ooh, like, that's weird. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's weird. That's fucking weird too. Yeah, again, conservatives are usually the ones who are pushing the, well, if you are a little boy and your best friend is a little girl, you guys are gonna get married someday. Like, the conservatives are the ones who do that. Queer people are just like, yo, fuck it. Let little boys and little girls play together, and maybe they'll be just little children instead of little boys or little girls. Like, it's fine. It's fine as long as they're happy and developing, like, health in a healthy way.
Why else would they be hanging out so much? It's like you're intentionally trying to dissuade boys from becoming friends with each other. It's almost as if you're intentionally trying to create more isolation, more loneliness, less companionship, which of course is exactly what they're doing.
Well, again, that would only create more loneliness if children believed there was something wrong with being gay. Which Matt Walsh, by the way, wants children to think that, so that's why it's so offensive to him that, like, a children's book could have 2 gay characters in it, you know?
Second, perhaps the most telling line from the showrunner Hoagie is this. He says, remember, for readers of a certain age, Frog and Toad as characters seen through a queer lens is hugely important to them. For readers of a certain age. In other words, for grown gay adults who have baptized these fictional characters as queer icons, it is very important that the imagined gay subtext remain in place. But these are not stories for adults. At least they aren't supposed to be. You know, it would be very strange for an adult to sit in the living room by himself and watch Frog and Toad. Just as it'd be very...
Yeah, that would be really weird. Which is why those grown adults are probably sitting in their living room with their children, Matt, because gay people have kids. I know this might blow conservative people's minds, but gay men and gay women and bisexual people often have children, either of their own or adopted. This is absolutely baffling. Matt Walsh thinks you guys are just the dumbest motherfuckers.
Very strange for him to sit there by himself and read a stack of Frog and Toad books. These are meant for children. We are meant to introduce our children to these stories and experience the stories with them.
Yeah. So why would it be so bad to introduce and experience stories that have gay characters in them? Because there are gay people in real life, Matt. They're gonna know a gay person at some point, Matt.
But children are supposed to be the focus, not adults. And yet, even putting the gay stuff aside, we see again how a generation of overgrown adolescent 30-somethings, suffocating in their nostalgia for the past, continually insist that the characters and stories of their childhood remain in their possession. that these things continue to cater to them instead of passing those things on to the next generation of children, which is how this is supposed to work. No, instead, everything is made gay.
It was gay from the beginning, Matt. You just have like this attachment to it because you read it as a child, and you weren't aware of the context when you were a child, and now you're aware, and you're upset that other people are pointing out that context. And you know what? Children are gonna watch that show. We watched the trailer for the show. Was there anything remotely gay in the trailer? You know what? It's a minute long. We can actually watch it again.
Alex Jones was right once again. They really are turning the frickin' frogs gay. And the frickin' toads too. And that is why my old friends, Frog and Toad, most certainly are not canceled. But the people responsible for this gayified adaptation are today and forever, and with great prejudice, canceled.
Matt Walsh is such a fucking baby. Anyway, one more time. It's a minute long. Here we go. This is what Matt Walsh is saying is too gay these days. Too woke. Too full of the homosexual agenda.
Once upon a time, there were two good friends. A frog.
I wish Toad could see this.
And a toad.
You are missing the most beautiful first day of spring. Look at the butterfly.
Yes.
Listen to the baby birds.
Adorable.
Think of all the new adventures we will have.
Introducing a new series based on the award-winning books.
You were supposed to crack the eggs.
With friends, anything is possible.
Are you sure this kite will fly?
Oh! Unbelievable! Incredible! Unbelievably incredible!
We did it, Frog.
I knew we could. It just took some confidence.
How exciting!
I'm glad you got me out of bed to enjoy this day with you. Tomorrow morning, feel free to wake me up.
Frog and Toad.
Okay, again, now having watched it one more time, literally there was nothing objectionable in that entire trailer. Matt Walsh is just fear-mongering about the possibility of an upcoming children's show being slightly gay. And in fact, if anything in that trailer was gay, it's about exactly as gay as the children's books were. So, you know, like, I don't know, Matt Walsh, you read them as a child, and you grew up to be a fine, upstanding, homophobic bigot. I don't know why you think kids who watch this show might not grow up to be exactly the same way when they have parents who watch you. But, you know, whatever. Matt Walsh, disgusting homophobe, and frankly, is out there every day trying to ruin the lives of queer and trans people. And honestly, there's something a little admirable about the fact that he commits every single day of his life to being a just unconscionable bigot. That takes a lot of dedication and effort, and I don't understand it, but you know, you gotta admire the hustle. I take that back. No, you don't. Fuck him. Okay. Segment end. All right. Also, gender fully, white transgendered, only one level removed. If you could say the N-word like your daddy Vosh, do you would to get away with it? Same as Matt Walsh, sometimes I thibk, really. Okay, maybe come back when you're able to string words together coherently. To give him credit, I don't think he's a grifter. I think he's really proud of his bigotry. Oh, I agree. Yeah. Build a dog, just a random person trying to say, I as a white transgenderids, really want to say the N-word. Which, by the way, this might actually surprise some of you. I didn't actually say any curse words until I was, like, 28 or 27. You know, I went a whole quarter of a century without saying any curse words. So yeah, no, just if I ever sound like I'm saying a lot of curse words, I'm just making up for lost time, okay? Why though? Because in my family's household, I was literally taught that if you are saying nasty words, it is evidence of a nasty heart, and so I felt really guilty about any mean words that I wanted to say. There's no way you never said a curse word? Nope, it's true. That's fucking stupid. Yeah, well, the Bible verse, out of the overflow of the heart, the mouth speaks, was really drilled into my head by my parents. But yeah, on the list of, like, swears that I incorporated into my vocabulary over time, the N-word has never been one of them. There's never been a situation where I was like, oh gosh, I wish I could say it, oh. Like, that just doesn't come up in my brain. I'm sorry you had to grow up with that. Yeah, growing up in conservative Christianity is a real trip for trans people. Yeah. So folks, by the way, we've been streaming for 3.5 hours now. I'm gonna make another request. If any of you would like to hit the follow button on the stream, either on Twitch or the subscribe button over on YouTube, and maybe hit that like button as well. It helps us get our numbers up. And folks, our numbers are going up, by the way, over on YouTube. It's been pretty impressive to see, actually. We recently broke 1,600 follows over on youtube.com, and that's pretty good. We're gonna keep trugging along. That's a word, right? Every time someone talks about their religious upbringing, I thank the universe I was raised atheist. Yeah, it's kind of it's a real trip. There were aspects of it that I felt were like pretty okay, but at the end of the day, it was not great. Yeah, it takes a long time to unlearn some of those thought processes, you know? It's actual sulfuric hell here for any queer people. Yeah, Zun Lis, I don't doubt it. I've heard horrible stories from queer people in Russia. Weren't the frogs drawn more realistic in the books? Well, yeah, but animation is expensive, and the more you can simplify a moving sprite, the easier it is to animate, and the cheaper it is to animate. Don't know how some lefties support them. Well, some lefties just they like read basics about, like, you know, Marx, Lenin, Engels, and then they think that Stalin follows in the glorious tradition of Lenin, and then they just go fully on board with authoritarianism, and are just pretty okay with authoritarian resistance to U.S. power, you know? Forced to go to Catholic church for 16 years. I purposely kept putting off confirmation because I learned by 15 I hated the church and they were all hypocrites, and then moved out. Based. Tankies suck? True! Also, folks, consider dropping some subs or donos to stream because, hey, I need your help to be able to live. And, it'd be real nice to keep on being able to afford an apartment and food, and also my health insurance. Paid for my medication the other day. It was over 70 doll hairs for one of my prescriptions. Cool stuff. Here's the old Frog and Toad at stop motion. Am I gonna be DMCA'd for this?
Oh,
Delightful.
that you really want to do. You mean like trying not to eat all of these cookies? Oh. There. Here are the cookies. Hey, birds, here are cookies. Get your cookies right here. Birds, over here. Here, birds. Here, birds. Nice, delicious cookies. Come on, eat them up. Lots of willpower. You may keep it all. I'm going home now to bake a cake.
That's cute. Also, taking a look at Catalina Gearbox's link. Free your mind. Quad, free your mind. I don't know what this is a reference to, actually. I don't know what this is from. But spitting image of Matt Walsh. Total Recall? I haven't seen Total Recall in like a decade. Isn't it Quaid? Oh, it's yeah, okay. Russian imperialism, Swift ban is stopping me from subbing. Well, maybe others can drop subs in your honor, okay, friendo? Because I need money to survive. Okay. That being said, that was just utterly ridiculous nonsense, and I needed to share it with you. Also, related, but like not long enough to, or I'm not it's not a long enough segment, and I'm not inclined enough to do a segment on it. Just real quick, Michael Knowles, everyone.
Cheeky. So I think it's an individual basis, Michael. I have books I'd burn to survive. On an it's. I don't know exactly what you mean. Yeah, of course it should be taken as an individual basis. There are certainly books. There are books that I don't like that I think ought to be not only widely available, but ought to even be read. And then there are some books that are just very wicked and bad and stupid and dangerous and obscene and appeal to prurient interest. Oh, yeah, that's true. And if it even got slightly chilly outside, like 59 degrees outside, I would probably happily burn them.
Interesting. Interesting argument there, Michael. Michael, just real interesting there. And you know what? I said that this was going to be too short for us to do a segment on. I lied. Okay? I lied. Because guess what, folks? Michael Knowles did a student film. And we're going to watch it. We're going to watch the entire thing. All 15 minutes of it. Oh boy. Oh, Kaloo, how long you all must have waited for this day. Let's go. I click my heels like a leprechaun. Clack, clack, click, clack. I don't know why I'm narrating things instead of doing them. Anyway, here we go.
Hey, I got Penny. There comes a time in everybody's life when she's really got to ask herself, sometimes to ask herself, should we steady, to be not steady, do we want to be Johnny steady honest, or do we want to be honest?
There he is.
Yeah, we broke up. What? I thought you got along. Yeah, we got along a little too well. And that is a problem. Why? She wanted a husband.
Wait, oh, the audio. Okay, that was from the audio. Okay, that's weird. Okay. More gay acting from Michael Knowles. Oh yeah.
And I'm not ready to die. Don't worry, I got another target. He's an athlete. I invited him to the house. Is he
Damn, Michael Knowles showing off his physique.
even gay? When has that met?
By the way, this was written and directed by Knowles, starring Knowles, and he is playing a gay man who is just openly talking about seducing straight dudes.
Oh, hello, Gavin.
Yes, Heather?
I'm wondering if I could speak to you about Students for Light and Truth.
Sure, please come in.
I'm fine here, thank you.
Well,
I'll just wait for you to get dressed.
I'm wearing a towel.
Right. So we're an organization that promotes a positive
No! No, lady, run! Get out of there! That's a fucking weird thing to say.
sexual culture on campus, one free of liberty.
Is that a petition?
Yes,
Great.
it's for...
Perfect. Can I go shower now?
She just did a lip bite. Is Michael supposed to be hot in this scene? Wait, I genuinely don't know. Is he supposed to be hot?
Can I go shower now?
Oh, she did the lip bite! Oh, no! Don't cancel me, but he is fucking hot. He is hot? Really? Okay, I must have a type because I am not attracted to him. I'm bisexual. I am not attracted to him at all.
Do you even know what you signed? Sure way out of a long conversation.
Also, he's wearing shoes on the couch. Weird move. Weird directorial move.
Being attractive is the most important thing there is. If you want to catch the biggest fish in your pond, you have to be as attractive as possible. Make sure to keep your hair spotless and clean. Wash it at least every 2 weeks. Once every 2 weeks.
Like, this dude is hotter than Michael. Why is everyone shirtless? Well, Michael Knowles did direct this, so maybe it's adding some fuel on the fire for potentially impure reasons.
Give me a second.
Dusty, we did it. Count them.
Oh, that's a lot of signatures.
I know, right? Aren't you going to finish getting dressed?
You just walked into his... She's biting her lip at everybody, this slut. Look, my goodness.
Aren't you going to finish getting dressed?
Just repeatedly biting that lip. She's got loose lips. Also, you walked into his room.
The sound of 200 voices crying out for change.
Aren't we the little revolutionary?
But aren't we? I mean, just imagine a campus free of random naked parties and slutty hookups. A campus where this kind of behavior is...
Yo, what? Wait, she's the one campaigning to get rid of the slutty parties? She's literally thirsted off of she's thirsted after the first two guys we've seen in this. Bake Up, thank you for gifting a tier 3 sub to Micah Alien. I appreciate it. Yo, get these white names out of here. True. Thank you so much for gifting that sub. Tier 3s are incredibly generous, so thank you very, very much.
Is actually punished? Dusty, do you know what this is?
Sort of. It was just sitting on my bed when I got back from the game. Definitely.
You have to go. This is it. This is all we need to win the fight. This is proof of what our campus has become. You should go, you should take lots of pictures, and...
Wait. You want me to be a spy?
Actually, that's a better idea.
What? How is that a better idea? It was the same idea. It was the same idea you were proposing. Also, how is she talking to this shirtless hussy, who, after being told to put on clothes, just put an unzipped hoodie on? Oh my god.
Doesn't any of this seem wrong to you?
No, because our cause is so right.
What? Okay, the question is, do you think Michael Knowles got this footage himself, or did he buy B-roll? I think he got this footage himself. I think this is shitty enough that he got it himself.
The music is coming to an end.
Gavin!
You actually came.
Yeah, well, you invited me. This place is...
Wait, how do you know that Gavin invited you? There was no name on the invite, was there? Wait. Yeah, no, there wasn't any name on this. So much for Michael Knowles' directing career.
Actually came.
Yeah, well, you invited me. This place is...
Terrific, isn't it?
That's one way to put it. No thanks.
Don't deny me now.
Alright.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, jeez. So, do you own this place?
Nobody really owns the house. It's paid for by its members. Everybody chips in a little bit. We're a lot like a family.
So why have I never heard of you guys?
Because we're members only. We do have an open door policy though, except for the closed-minded.
Val, this is Dusty. Dusty, Val.
Hey, pleasure.
You too, beautiful. Gavin, Rue needs you in back.
Who always needs me in the back? She's mine, right?
What is this?
Alright.
I love clubs, don't you?
Oh, sure.
People, movement, heat. It's also liberating.
Wait. So
Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it, man. It's all good.
What? He could have said no.
You're incorrigible.
Bitch, I'm fabulous.
But hold on. You guys have to tell me. What is this place?
Think of it as a house of pleasure.
No!
You mean a brothel?
Why?
I never want to hear Michael Knowles say that line ever again. It's a house of pleasure. Think of it as an escape. It's a house of pleasure. Ugh. Like, why?
Interested?
If sex is what you're after, you can certainly find it here.
You could easily find it
But
here.
it's about more than sex. Think of it as a haven rather than a brothel. A sanctuary free from fear where you can love whomever and how.
Boring. Come on, beautiful.
Wait.
Val.
Shoot the lights out high till it's bright out. Oh, just another lonely night. Are you willing to sacrifice your life.
Camera literally didn't want to do a close-up of her shoes and trying to walk at the same time. Instead, they just showed like the long shot. Oh my god, this is wild. This is my personal hell, but I keep getting like bamboozled by each new turn it takes, you know?
Was that Mr. October?
To be decided.
So soon after Michelle. Kudos.
No rest for the wicked.
Nor for Valerie, it seems.
No, don't you be grabbing me.
How we doing tonight?
A lot of new faces.
You sound concerned.
I was. Then again, why question life when you can live it?
What is this lighting? What is this lighting? What is this? Like, did no one in his film course? Did no one in his film course teach like lighting at all? Like, my guy, at least like get a few lamps to do like some attempt at lighting. Did he actually do film school? Honestly, good question. Is this film school? It says it's a student film. Yeah, he trained as an actor at the Stella Adler Studio of Acting, an advanced teen conservatory. Oh, that makes it so much sadder. It makes it so much sadder. He literally went to like a school that raises up like children through high school to become actors, and he failed. Oh my god. Okay, nope. There's clearly no dialogue here. Not gonna get me. Not gonna get me on the DMCA. Is this just like a prolonged weird dance sequence? I am drunk. You can tell I'm drunk because I blink.
Thirsty, I drink their blood. Carnivore animal.
Wait. Michael, no. Oh no.
The craziest debauchery. I didn't know you worked at a place like that.
How much did you really know about me before tonight?
Probably just about as much as you knew about me.
You're 5'10", 152 pounds, from Bentonville, Arkansas, and you're deathly allergic to tree nuts. How am I doing?
You're stalking me.
What would you do if I said yes? You dropped it.
Thanks. Yeah?
I can get into every single residence hall on campus.
No. Where'd you learn that?
That's creepy as fuck.
It's a long story.
Okay,
You are not
I
safe
have one
anywhere
more.
from me.
I never drank before tonight.
Oh. Really?
Yeah, I mean, not that much. I had like a beer every once in a while, you know, once.
Inhibition is so unbecoming.
I know, right? But it's not that simple. You just got to do what you think is right.
How's that been working out for you?
Come on.
You okay, buddy? Gonna vom?
No.
You afraid to go inside?
It's not that.
I can leave.
That was... Wow.
I just, the logistics of them winding up in the position they did, okay? Just real quick. Michael Knowles here is clearly the top, and that makes no sense whatsoever in this scenario. And it's what I don't know what that cut was, but it's literally awful on every level.
That was... Wow.
The shot is literally out of focus.
Thanks. Have you not done it with many?
Mind if we don't get into that?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's,
Even at a young age, Michael Knowles looks absolutely psychotic when he smiles.
That's not a lot, is it?
Can I get a towel?
There is so much shirtlessness in this entire short, it's actually kind of ridiculous. Also, this isn't how gay hookups go, okay? There's usually a lot more cuddling. Also, they're both supposed to be still very drunk, so they have the energy to have like this conversation now? Okay.
You want my number?
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Is Michael Knowles married? Wait. Oh god, yeah, he's married. He's married to Alyssa Mahler, and they have 2 sons together, which I don't know. I'm gonna go with bisexual, I guess. He's putting in the effort. This could be a Steven Crowder situation. Michael Knowles here, making a piece of the gay media he would one day pledge to burn.
That just happened.
What do you mean? You literally were plotting his seduction. Who are you talking to? What? Why are you surprised? Yeah, literally Joss Whedon contributed to the dialogue here.
We had 30 new members last night. 30. I don't want to sound skeptical, but it's just too good.
It's too good.
Exactly. I understand new members means more money, which means we can buy better stuff in Smirnoff. Get a new stage, hire a staff, fix that gas leak. But 32 new members. People are talking.
People are talking.
And they have to stop. I mean, we're called the House of Shades for a reason. This goes on and we won't... Hey!
What?
You've been staring at your phone like a 16-year-old girl. Explain.
It's that boy from last night.
Obviously. And?
He hasn't texted me yet.
So? I never text first.
Exactly. Usually by now I get something. Hey, had a great time last night, if you're ever in the mood.
And you ignore it. I fail to see a problem here.
I don't know, it's nice to see.
Was he good?
Not exceptional.
Big? Kinky? Did he tear your clothes off?
I wish. He was actually really awkward. Sort of fumbling around. It was kind of sweet.
Yeah. Sounds like a virgin. Oh, God.
I got a text?
No!
I'm not afraid to go in there.
Just afraid you'll like it.
Rue, give me the phone.
So you can do what? You hooked up 8 hours ago. Texting now equals insecure and emotionally dependent. We are neither.
His virginity. You should have seen his face.
Wait, I didn't. They went past it so fast. I didn't even notice they talked about a gas leak. That was like delayed. What? Wait, is the twist in the last minute of the video gonna be like that guy had sex with him because he was high from a gas leak?
Hey, so, oh my God, this
Whatever.
poor kid.
It's not like you actually like the kid. Jesus Christ. You don't, right?
Wait, the kid? Wait, in this scenario, is Michael Knowles supposed to be like an instructor or like a professor?
I'm allowed to.
No, you're not. And you don't. This is just post-diversionizing guilt. You want my advice?
Could I stop you?
No. Find someone hotter, fuck their brains out, and remember you can always do better.
Yeah. You're right. He's probably just some closet case with a ton of baggage.
$10 says he has daddy issues.
Not helping.
Sorry. Oh.
Calm down, calm down. Hello?
Is it Mr. October?
Cops raided the house.
What?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
The music is coming to an end.
Oh my God! Wait, what? The cops raided their Den of Iniquity chat. Did the pigs fix the gas leak? Oh my God. Okay, that was really, really funny. Oh, fuck. God damn it. In just incredible, just absolutely incredible stuff here. God. Anyway, Michael Knowles later in life would go on to talk about how you should burn literature you don't like. Unfortunately, we don't own any of the copies for Michael Knowles' short films, so we can't burn those. But you know, we can dream.
Mike Rain, book ban isn't deciding what's available in libraries. It's destroying all books and banning completely. Book ban had to be redefined. Yeah, also conservatives need to be less touchy over the book ban thing. Every society throughout all of history has banned books. All sorts of political communities have banned certain books. Book banning is something that happens in the Gospels, or in the Acts of the Apostles, rather. It's in the New Testament, and it's considered a good thing.
I've read the New Testament. I'm pretty sure the book ban wasn't looked upon. Book bans weren't looked upon particularly fondly by early Christians. I think in fact early Christians struggled for a very, very long time to make sure that their texts were able to survive, specifically because of government persecution. So Michael Knowles is just lying.
When, not even just book banning, book burning. When the apostles go in and they preach the gospel, and then all the people who had been doing all sorts of witchy, bad sorcery stuff, they just burned their old sorcery books, and that was good. Plato.
I need a citation on that one, okay? Okay. Okay, wait, okay, I forgot about this part, Correction. The Bible does condone book burning. Acts 19, okay, in the ESV, reads, "Also many of those who were now believers came, confessing and divulging their practices. And a number of those who had practiced magic arts brought their books together and burned them in the sight of all. And they counted the value of them and found it came to 50,000 pieces of silver." Which, I guess, converted to today's currency would be about $6 million.
Apparently was a proponent of book burning. You know, it's not, I'm not saying we ought to.
Though, I do have to say, that doesn't seem like the apostles were calling for the books to be burned, but more so that the newly converted people burned their own books. They didn't then go to, like, the Library of Alexandria and burn it the fuck down because it had, like, evil books in it.
To go out and burn all the books, okay? But some books provide no value and can actually harm people's education, and they should be greatly diminished in their public prominence, certainly in elementary school libraries. But this has always been the case. We've always had certain book bans in the United States. Just the law against obscenity would constitute an example of that. So it's okay. We're not libs, okay? We don't think that, you know, there's some sacred right to weird, smutty, blasphemous porn or something like that. Okay?
You literally made a short film where you bang a dude who is ostensibly straight, Michael.
Okay, there's no right to that. Someone just goes, "Burn your bad books, guys," says Laurel. Based, totally based and accurate, of course. No reason to have genderqueer in your home. Okay, let's see.
By the way, when he says genderqueer is a, like, graphic memoir made for, like, I don't know, like high schoolers. Yeah, the reason they focus on this as being, oh, it's been made available to middle schoolers is because it received the Alex Award in 2020, given by the American Library Association to books written for adults that have special appeal to young adults ages 12 through 18. So, literally, this book is written for adults. But because children tend to want to read things that adults read, some libraries have incorporated it into their systems. Also, like and relatable, I read Don Quixote when I was in fucking middle school. Miguel de Cervantes is not a is not a particularly concise writer, and I didn't know anything about, like, you know, medieval I don't know, beefs between nobility, but I still read that entire thing.
Daily Grinch says, "Burn all books except the Bible," and of course, Speechless. There we go. Okay.
Michael Knowles genuinely would love that.
We're getting a little faster. Mr. Davies is getting back into
Hey Finn, how
the
you
swing of
doing?
things. Kid on Hedonia. Michael, can we hear the creepy Mickey Mouse voice again? When you surprise us with it, it's the best part of my day. Absolutely not. Don't you make any more demands of me. You won't like how it turns out. Now go read Genderqueer, kids.
I'm pretty sure he's a demon.
Cheeky. So I think it's an individual basis, Michael. I have books I'd burn to survive. On an yeah, it's. I don't know exactly what you mean. Yeah, of course it should be taken as an individual basis. There are certainly books. There are books that I don't like that I think ought to be not only widely available, but ought to even be read. And then there are some books that are just very wicked and bad and stupid and dangerous and obscene and appeal to prurient interest. Oh, yeah.
Can we get a list, Michael? And does your list also include your own student films that you've acted in which you bang other dudes?
That's true. And if it even got slightly chilly outside, like 59 degrees outside, I would probably happily burn them.
God, what an actual ghoul. Anyway, Michael Knowles is a ghoul. Wanting to burn books that you dislike does also make you a ghoul. For example, I don't like Mein Kampf, but I still think you should be able to read it. Yeah, $100 says Mein Kampf ain't on there, yeah. Right-wing Cope accurately pointing out dude is a twink, has had tons of gay scenes, true. Mein Kampf is one of his encouraged reads. Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. Folks, we have now been streaming for about 4 hours. If any of you would like to support Riverboat Jack Enterprises financially, I would very much appreciate it. Throw some subs or bits, or you can even use !tip if you're over in Twitch chat. Otherwise, come on over to riverboat.gg, okay? Riverboat.gg. It's the on-screen chat. You can all check it out. It's cool. It's based. It's hip. It's sweet. Come on over. And folks, consider supporting me over on riverboat.gg because I get 100% of the money you send my way, as opposed to 50% on Twitch or 70% on YouTube. So please do consider doing that. And if you don't feel like donating today, consider hitting the like button on the stream and subscribing to youtube.com/riverboatjack. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Hello? Man, chat got real quiet all of a sudden. Holy shit. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Hello. I've returned. Okay, folks. We're gonna try and do it. We're gonna try and do it. We're gonna try and get through this Dennis Prager video, where Dennis Prager debates the merits or lack thereof of pornography. I'm sorry. I really do apologize for subjecting you all to this. But it's content. It's content that, unfortunately, is too good for me to actually pass up. I have not pre-watched any of this, and I will be playing Dark Souls 2 while we watch this, but Dennis Prager himself went on a YouTube show called Pints with Aquinas, and they got into a heated debate on pornography. So, let's dive in, shall we?
Talk about the pornography thing.
Right. Well, that was.
How did that go? When
We're gonna maybe speed this up a little bit just to make sure we get through it.
you discussed it with Father Dave?
Well, you'll have to ask the people there. I mean, I can only judge it from my perspective. I thought it went terrific.
When I saw that clip of you on Exodus, I got the sense that you were a bit sidelined.
Oh, totally.
And as somebody who has a talk show, I wish that I could go back and rephrase things
that's correct.
or add some nuance to
I
them.
wrote a letter. I hope you saw it. And it was the last thing I imagined being asked at an Exodus course with Jordan Peterson and a bunch of scholars whom I adored, by the way. Nevertheless, I should have. I wish I had phrased it better. It is what it is, and I phrased it better tonight without being untrue to myself.
Right.
And what I did not see, a big part of the problem. Should I review this for your watchers, listeners?
Review what
happened so that they'll understand what we're talking about.
Please do.
So the Daily Wire asked me to join Jordan Peterson, or Jordan Peterson asked me to join, or both of them asked, because he's doing did the book of Exodus. There were, I believe, 16 sessions of 90 minutes each. It's a lot of time, with no commercials.
How many days did you film this in?
Eight.
8 days.
Yes, 8 days each time in Miami, and it was wonderful. I loved it. So what arose at one time, and I had even forgotten about this. It was 5 minutes out of, let's see, what is 16 times an hour and a half? 24 hours. So it's 5 minutes out of 24 hours. And what happened was, I don't even remember how the issue arose, but I mentioned that there is a Jewish-Christian difference with regard to Jesus' statement that a man who lusts after another woman has committed adultery with his heart. That that phrase does not appear, obviously, in the Hebrew Bible, but B, that the general Jewish view, and I say general because I can't speak for all Jews, even though I try to be normative, is that you can only commit adultery with, and I said this in the video, and I purposely said I'm not trying at all to be cute in any way. You can only commit adultery with one organ, and it is not the heart. Judaism is very behavior-based. Christianity is more, it's not that it's not behavior-based, but it is equally, if not more, thought, inner self, heart-based.
Okay.
So, for example, there's a phrase in Hebrew that I learned very early in my yeshiva education. I'll say it in Hebrew so that people will know I didn't make it up. Lo hamachshava ha'ikar el ha'ma'aseh. It is not the thought that counts. Not that counts. That is the essence, but the deed.
Right.
Judaism is very behaviorist, and I am very behaviorist. So, for example, and I mentioned this at Franciscan, I've said on the radio very often, I don't care if you like Jews. I don't care if you dislike Jews. I prefer you like Jews, but there are a lot of Jews I don't like. I mean, it's just a little silly to say I like a whole group. There's no whole group I like. There's no whole group I dislike. But in any event, I don't care if you dislike Jews. I care how you treat Jews, and that is it goes to the essence of what my belief is. I want to know how you act. The left does this all the time. Oh, you treat gays beautifully. Like in my case, my wife and I are godparents to a gay couple's children.
What?
But the fact that I'm against a same-sex marriage, that makes me a hater. So how I treat gays is irrelevant.
How? What gay couple Oh, is it Dave Rubin? Is it Dave? It's Dave Rubin, isn't it? There's like a 95% chance that it's Dave Rubin, but also like how does someone see you go, you know, I don't think gays should get married, and then you look at your gay partner and you're like, hey, this guy should be the godfather of our child. How messed up and convoluted does your brain and heart have to be to reach that point? Goodness.
It's what I think. This bothers me that your thoughts can be regarded as a demerit.
But your thoughts wouldn't be uncharitable towards people with same-sex attraction. You would just think that the behavior is presumably sinful. So they would be wrong in their thinking of you as a homophobe.
What bothers me the most is that we redefine marriage.
Okay.
When my Leviticus commentary comes out, that'll be the 5th of my 5-volume commentary on the Torah. I have already written 22,000 words on one verse, which of course I've never done for any other verse, about a man shall not lie with a man as with a woman. And so without even getting into that, the point I wanted to make was, for the left, what I think renders me awful, not what I do. So my treatment of gays is excellent. But the fact that I don't think marriage should be redefined is enough to make me a hater, bigot, homophobe, and all the other terms that they use. Anyway, back to us.
Let me interject here. So Aristotle in the Nicomachean Ethics, right, has these 4 levels of the vicious to the virtuous man. The vicious man is the one who wants to do evil and does it. And he has the incontinent man, the continent man. But he says the virtuous man is the one who wants to do the good and does it. And so to me, I have children. If one of them held anti-Semitic views, but treated you...
Oh, yeah. By the way, good looking out, Paladin. Here's a clip of Dennis Prager talking about the AIDS epidemic on Newsmax.
No, what she found funny was that she doesn't have a magic wand, but somebody in her party has a magic wand. The reason we're paying so much is because the magic wand of the Democratic president was to destroy the energy independence of the United States of America. With one magic wand, the man ruined our economy, ruined the ability of the lower and middle class to pay their energy bills. As in Germany, by the way. This is not just unique to the United States. Anywhere that you have people who are governed by fear of global warming, idiotic, irrational, sick fear of extinction of the biosphere. I mean, do you understand?
What the hell? Why? Oh, Twitter. God damn it.
Country. Historians will just ask, how did this happen? How did people get governed by irrational fears? Whether it is of the non-vaccinated who are the pariahs of America.
Nope. Hey, friendo.
AIDS crisis. Can you imagine if gay men and intravenous drug users, who were the vast majority of people with AIDS, had they been pariahs the way the non-vaccinated are? But it would have been inconceivable, and it should have been inconceivable. They should not have been made pariahs. But
Yeah.
this is kosher. This is okay. You can make the non-vaccinated. So it's a different America.
Oh, this guy just follows you around with the torch. That's nice.
Kindly, I would say, well, that's better than holding anti-Semitic views and being bad toward you, but I wouldn't. I would think that's not where I would settle. I
That's
would want
fine.
him to.
That's fine. I respect that.
And I also want to say
Yes.
that I think I agree with you that that obviously adultery and lust are different things. If they weren't different things, we wouldn't have two separate words for them.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, which comes somewhat of a revelation to my Christian friends, is there is no sin of this. There are 613 laws in the Torah. None of them say do not lust. You can't covet. Covet is a very different concept than lust. Covet means you want to take what belongs to another, and there's a very simple proof that it doesn't mean lust. Covet, you don't lust after a house or a donkey, one presumes. And yet you're not allowed to covet those either.
But do you make a distinction between sexual desire and lust? Do you see a distinction?
I
there?
don't.
Okay, so therefore, if you don't see a distinction between those two things, I can see why you would think it insane to tell somebody they
I
shouldn't
don't know
lust.
how you sexually desire your wife and have no lust for her.
Oh, I do.
Okay.
So I would think
that's interesting.
I would think that lust.
So you think so lust? Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
This is interesting. I've never confronted it quite this way. So lust, from
Lust
your
reduces the subject to an object. It subordinates the dignity of the person to the good of a selfish pleasure. It's also a distorted sexual act. So
See
it's
ya,
an
public
act which is
loser.
contrary
Feel
to
better.
human nature or to the end of the sexual
Okay,
act. I
so
suppose.
if sexual desire and lust are different, can you sexually desire a woman you're not married to and not lust for her?
Yes.
Oh, well,
I would think so.
Okay, I haven't heard that from a Christian
because I
before.
suppose there were like three stages, if I would think of it. Like, if I board an airplane and I sit next to a beautiful woman and I'm attracted to her sexually, how could I not be?
Okay,
That's beyond my
yes,
control.
I
Now
couldn't
the
agree with
next
you
step
more,
could be,
right.
now what do I do with that? Do I sit here and fantasize about what I could do with her sexually? Like, at that point, the will is engaged, and that is something within my control.
Right.
So I think it is important to make that distinction, and I think that might be part of what drives some Christians neurotic if they think, well, sexual desire is a sin. Can't sexually desire anybody who isn't my
well,
wife.
I think not only Christians, but I think in some cases with Jews too, that it does drive people to be neurotic.
It's like if I said to you, don't think of a pink elephant.
Well, better. Don't. You're in a restaurant. Don't think of food.
Right.
Because that's a real
Stop it.
life.
Very bad. Stop it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd go crazy.
That's right. And by the way, the more you don't think about it, the more you think about it. So there's that element too.
Agreed.
I differ with you, and I did with the father. And by the way, I mentioned this is very important to note. What a credit it is to Franciscan University, A, having me, A, as a religious Jew, obviously doesn't believe in Christ. I'm not a Christian. And B, that they discussed openly with me at the university what they heard me say on Daily Wire. But he did raise this issue about sexual objectification, and that reduces the human being as one created God's image, etc. Just what you said now. And I have a different view of that.
Sure.
I think this. I suspect you may have not heard this before in one of your podcasts from any of your guests. I think that in the bedroom, if a loving husband and who is a loving husband, and I have a word to say about what a loving husband is, a loving husband who sees his wife in the bedroom as a sexual object, I will be totally open with you. I have said on the radio, if after X number of years married, your husband still sees you as a sex object, you are both very lucky.
I would say it depends what you mean by sex object.
What
If what you mean
the
is your husband
fuck,
continues
dude?
to find you sexually desirable, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
If what you mean is the man essentially treats his wife as a warm body to masturbate in, not taking into account her feelings, her desires.
Oh, of course.
This guy,
but
the other guy's
that's
base.
not
Prager sucks.
objectification has a dirty name. He said he doesn't. The father said one shouldn't even objectifies baseball players, and it was an excellent analogy. I had thought of that myself, but I do objectifize the baseball player.
I'm not sure if I agree with him.
What?
Okay, but it doesn't mean that you would automatically mistreat the baseball player.
That's right, but I'm in a different relationship with the baseball player than I am
Correct,
with the
but there
one
is a
I'm married
place
to.
in the totality of a relationship. So here is my motto, because I talk about men and women every week for an hour on my radio show, and I have for about 20 years. And that is, you make love outside the bedroom, and you have sex inside the bedroom. I think it's a romanticization of the sex act to say that it's always making love. It's okay to make lust. It's okay to have some objectification. That doesn't mean you're mistreating her.
Yeah, I think I'd want to know what you mean by objectification.
Because
I have the sense that you're using language to convey something that I might agree with.
Yes, you might. I think you really might. I agree with you. It certainly doesn't mean mistreat. It's not even implied. But any more than with the baseball player. Now, and you'll say, well, I have a different relationship with the baseball player. But you're right. Sex is its own world. I don't like to romanticize sex. Sex is many, many things. Sometimes it's love. Sometimes it's just pure sex. When it's pure sex and not just love, there is an element of objectification. I'm crazy about her legs. Is that a statement of love? What do you mean? You don't love legs?
What do you mean by love, right? So I would say Aristotle and Aquinas would say that to love is to will the good of the other for their sake. So
Correct.
I don't will
That's
my wife's
fine.
good for my sake. It's not like I say, honey, I really need you to go to CrossFit so I can lust after you.
Well,
but if I want her to get healthy for her sake, then this is love.
But
So
if,
I would
if she says to you, honey, there's a certain thing that you could do for me sexually that will really turn me on, and it may not really turn you on, are you being objectivized? Or are you doing it because you love her and because she wants
well,
it?
first of all, she's asked a question in which I presumably am free to decline.
If she's
so
not free to decline, that's coercion,
Right.
and there's no room for
Right,
that.
so there is
objectification
so if
and
she's
coercion
asking
are
me a
not the same
question which
thing.
I'm free to decline.
Right.
she's not,
So, honey, would you put on this sexy outfit for me? Are you okay with that?
This is so fucking weird.
Bloody hell, that's a question I didn't expect you to ask.
Well, you opened it up.
I would not be okay with that.
That's interesting.
I don't think.
Even in the bedroom.
It's not that I'd be morally opposed to it. It's just that I'd feel uncomfortable with it.
Well, my view is that the more comfort that the couple has, the better the relationship.
I think that's right, so long as comfort doesn't lead to what I would consider to be sexually perverse acts.
Well, why
like
is it sexually
sodomy.
perverse to wear a sexy outfit?
It's not, and that's why I said I'm not morally opposed to it. But if you're
okay,
saying
so your
that
discomfort is personal. That's fair.
Yeah,
That's not an area I need to get into.
One thing I would love you to get into, because you did say this in the email, is you think that the widespread
Oh, it's a
proliferation of
tragedy
pornography
beyond-
is
and I gave
destroying
it- yes.
teenagers.
Okay,
Help people.
I don't know anything about this guy, but he's actually being surprisingly based in this conversation.
Hear this side.
Yes,
of what,
well, I gave an example tonight. So I'm very friendly with a young woman. She's 23, very, very close to her. People could guess who it is because I do a podcast with her.
Okay.
So she is so open. God bless her. I don't think she would object to my telling the story. In fact, maybe it was even discussed on one of our podcasts. We're very, very open. So she was on a date, and they were both attracted. It was not the first date, and they kissed. That's all they did. They kissed. And in the midst of the kiss, he grabbed her neck, like this. And even me, Mr. Open, was taken aback, and so was she. To her credit,
It's true. Look, you discuss things like choking beforehand, okay? And you know what? You really don't bring that up until like the second or third date unless it is directly requested of you, you know?
took his hand away. She said either then or later that evening or later another time, why did you do that? And he, to his credit, was open enough to say, I thought you would like it. That's what I see on the internet. That's a bad thing. That's the number of young...
Maybe if only young people had some kind of, I don't know, sexual education program that might allow them to know what proper and healthy sex etiquette and communication is. If only there was some sort of sexual education program that would emphasize the importance of information and communication in relationships. Oh boy, crazy.
Men who learn about women through porn and not real life is a very scary thing that has developed. So I am as worried as you are about the pornification of society. When I answered the question that Jordan Peterson asked, which came out of nowhere, I'm not blaming him in the least, it was a perfectly legit question, but it came out of nowhere. I was thinking still in the way I have always defined it as Playboy magazine. That, to me, that was porn. The stuff that is out there now is not what I think of when I'm asked the question. And so I did say this to the father tonight, and I'm sure it shocked everybody there.
Did you ask it? No, keep on. I was make a bad joke.
You'll get a charge out of this intellectually. It'll blow your mind, I think. So my dad was an Orthodox Jew, modern Orthodox, admittedly, but Orthodox. Never drove on the Sabbath, never ate a non-kosher food, wore a yarmulke in the house, sent the kids to yeshiva. I mean, he was the real deal. He was the president of the Kingsway Jewish Center, still exists, an Orthodox synagogue in Brooklyn, New York. And he subscribed to Playboy, which shocks Jews as well as non-Jews, to be honest.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Glad that it does.
Yes. Okay. However, so I was raised in a very sexually open home that was also deeply religious, and I never found them conflicting, as he didn't. And so he was an outlier, I acknowledge, and I am an outlier, I acknowledge. However, I want people to understand my parents were together 72 years, and they loved each other crazy. When she died at 89, he died at 96. He basically, his life ended. His screensaver was "I love you, Hindi." That was his nickname for her. Her name was Hilda. And she knew he
was
got
so
Playboy.
close.
This did not trouble
Kill
my
her.
mother. Oh,
Kill
that's
her.
Mac. Okay, I'm married to a
Damn
live
it.
wire who was faithful and who loved me, and she was crazy about him, and that was it.
What would be better? For your father to love your mother and get Playboy, or for your father to say, even though I'm tempted to look at pornography, my wife's body is enough for me, and I'm not going to look at that even though I'm tempted to?
That's a very
Which is
fair
better?
question. I don't have an answer, which will. I should give you the answer you want.
I think you should too.
Yes, that's a good point. You do. I don't know what that means enough. As I said, which bothers, it's funny. There were two groups that it bothers, the very religious and the radical feminist. When I say that men are variety built in, God made male sexual nature as variety oriented. As one, I don't know who put it this way, but one wit put it, a woman loves a man and men love women. Now, I don't want men to go around loving women. I'm totally opposed to that. I am and insist on my being. It's not even debatable that I am faithful to my wife. It's a given. My wife knows that other women are a turn on. She knows it. It does not bother her. She is, to my luck, I am married to a woman who does not find male sexual nature frightening. Most women do, and by the way, I understand that.
But again, I think we have to make the distinction between sexual arousal and sitting and fantasizing or watching
Actually, they
pornography.
looked at it together.
And if you, well, that's sad too, I think.
I don't. Why is it sad?
Because I think pornography is a perversion of the sexual act.
Oh. Yeah, well, okay.
Which is holy.
What
which,
if they
which
looked?
is,
Okay,
let me
so-
finish.
yep.
Which is God's first command to humanity:
Okay.
be fruitful and
Wait,
multiply.
never mind, I take
it is
back.
the most intimate thing two human beings can do together. Not watch The Office, not go for a walk on the beach. It's the fundamental act that brings about the family, which brings about society. I'm of the opinion that if you pervert that fundamental act,
Okay, I take back. He's actually not based. My bad. My bad. I'm reversing my position.
Why is it perverted? Why is it?
We're doing a little reverse cowgirl on this on this debate.
because it usurps the natural end of sexual intercourse. If I eat food and then force myself to throw up, I'm usurping.
Okay, but I don't think that it's a fair analogy. Let's say they looked at let's say they looked at bathing suit ads, not at Playboy. Just they looked at other beautiful women together. And it was okay with my mother. Obviously, the assumption is it was okay with my mother. If it wasn't, then it's not a good thing. Clearly, I am more worried about men having to hide their nature.
See, when you say God has built into their
no.
nature the desire for variety, it sounds like you're saying that they're...
Oh no. Oh no. The worst thing has happened, chat. I agree with him. Oh no. Dennis Prager is making a good point. Oh no. Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no.
Therefore, it would be unnatural to not look at pornography.
Well, forget the word pornography because it's so loaded. I'm anti-pornography. But if pornography means anything that is arousing, then it could be a bra ad.
Right. I think I
correct?
could define pornography like this. I could say material which depicts erotic behavior. That's
not behavior. There's no behavior in Playboy.
Okay. Well,
no, it's not behavior. That's an important distinction.
No, I think when you say behavior, I think you're meaning video or acting
No, I didn't.
out.
That's why
What do you
I
mean
regret.
by behavior then?
No, I don't. I am not advocative of watching sexual behavior.
But I want to know what you mean by the word behavior, because if I'm going to say it's
sexual activity between two people.
Okay, so even a photograph in Playboy of two people engaging in a.
But there weren't such. When
that's
when
what
my father
you're
got
opposed to that, but you're okay with a man looking at one naked woman, let's say.
Yes, or they weren't even naked then. They were covered in their privates.
Right.
But you're opposed to them looking at anything that might be arousing. What if a woman is wearing a regular? What if a man is turned on, which every man is, by an attractive woman in a nice dress? That's a turn on. So no, please answer.
I will.
So is that bad?
I'm going to answer
with his wife.
I'm going to answer, but let me unfold this a little bit. I think pornography can sometimes be a difficult thing to define. I would say, and let me see if I can redefine it for you, material that depicts
God.
something that's intended to sexually arouse or...
Dennis Prager's actually making good points in favor of pornography. This is actually somewhat shocking. I didn't see this turn of events taking place. Oh God. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh God. Shaking right now.
Replace a prostitute. I mean, the word pornography comes from two Greek words, pornographein, which means the writing or the drawing of the prostitutes. It's meant to serve an erotic function. And
what if the eroticism is then
so I'm okay
expressed with the wife?
I'm okay looking at breasts and I'm okay looking at bums. And if you go to the Sistine Chapel, you'll see that Catholics are perfectly comfortable with nudity. But I think that nudity can be presented in a way that upholds and expresses the dignity of the person. So I could say, okay, I could look at that and marvel at God's creation and the beauty of woman and the beauty of man. But I think I could also look at a lingerie catalog and, in my mind, treat this person as a mere object. So I would say that in one aspect, I'm okay looking at breasts, let's say, Sistine Chapel, but in another sense, if I'm looking at a lingerie catalog with the intention of lusting, that wouldn't be okay.
What if I'm looking at the lingerie catalog with the intention of getting my wife lingerie?
I think the intention does matter, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
We're not that far. I'm not advocating this.
I know you're not, and I really want that to get.
Yeah,
I really want that to come
yes,
through
it's
here.
very important, but I'm so worried. Remember, I come from the woman calling my show. I saw pictures on my husband's computer. I'm devastated. So what am I supposed to say? You know what? You're right to be devastated. Your husband is a real sinner. He treats you as an object. What would you like me to say to her?
Here's what I'd like you to say. I think you could. I don't think you have to say. I think I would begin by validating her pain. I wouldn't dismiss it by, and I'm not saying you did this because I haven't heard this sort of phone call, but I wouldn't dismiss it by saying you're wrong to be hurt. I would say there are many things out there that your husband, I'm sure, loves you very much.
Well, that's my first question to her.
And you're right.
Does he love you, and is he loving, and do you have a good love life?
And so those are all good things.
If the answers are all yes, go on.
So if the answers are all yes, I would say, well, since he loves you, and since this bothers you, there are some excellent resources that I'd love to tell you about that could help him be free of pornography. Because surely you would say, if a man is looking at pornography and his wife's heartbroken, you're not saying, well, she's wrong to be, and he doesn't need to change. If she's heartbroken, wouldn't you want to say to the man, here are some ways that you could quit?
Yes, I would want to say to both of them, I understand.
Oh my God, why?
Because you think that he loves her more than you or as much as you, and I want you to know that's not the case at all.
I don't know if that's the only reason she'd be heartbroken. I don't think it's that she loves. I think that pornography trains us in selfishness.
Okay. All right. Yes. So
it also
legitimizes. What if he says to her, "Well, look, you saw lingerie ads, and I'm dying to buy you some really cute lingerie. Would you be okay with that?"
I would say that we're verging on what's sometimes called the fallacy of the beard. You ever heard of this? Just because you don't know when something begins, it doesn't mean you can't say what a thing is. This isn't a beard. But in 3 months, if I didn't shave, it would be. And just because you don't know when it started doesn't mean you can't say what a beard is. And I would say that there are blurry lines. I would agree with you. Like a Victoria's Secret fashion show. Is that pornography? I'd say probably. What about, is it less bad than other forms of pornography? Yes. Not all pornography is equal. Some pornography can be far more wretched than others.
We're really not that far apart. One of my biggest teachings is that there are levels of sin and there are levels of good, and that we should not listen. I don't think this is not a Catholic thing, but many Protestants who listen to my show take issue with me when I say that God does not regard stealing a stapler from the office as he does child molestation.
Right.
And they call me up and say, "Dennis, love you, but I got to tell you, a sin is a sin."
Yeah, no, we would part ways with our.
I know you would. Yes,
Protestant
I know. I
brethren
said
would say
Catholics
that.
do not. Catholics and Jews believe in gradations of sin. Correct.
So
Okay, so there are gradations in that arena as well.
Yes, but I would say that just because something is less bad than something else, it doesn't make it good. So if you're saying,
I'm not arguing it's good.
So if you
I'm
say
arguing it's not as bad as people often make it out to be. I am not arguing that it's good. In an ideal marriage, would my father not have subscribed to Playboy? I'll be prepared to say yes. However,
look at you, good job.
Yes, yeah, but
you.
it doesn't gain you as much as you think, because I saw their relationship for I didn't see it for 72 years, obviously, but I saw it for the bulk of their life, and
I'm not making the claim
respect with which he treated her.
I'm sure he did. I'm not making the claim that you have pure, pristine, holy marriage and haven of filth. I'm not saying that those are your only two options.
Right. Okay. So fine. So there are degrees.
But if you're saying to the woman, better for him to look at porn than to commit adultery, then what I would say there is, it might be less bad, all things being equal, but less bad doesn't make it good.
Right.
And if adultery can be analogized to shooting your marriage in the head, I would say pornography is the slow poisoning of it, and that there's a great deal.
Was he about to say shooting your fucking marriage in the head? Because it sounded like he caught himself about to say an F word. Just real quick.
Of to shooting your marriage in the head, I would say pornography is the slow poisoning of it. Adultery can be analogized to shooting your marriage in the head. I would say pornography is the slow poisoning of it.
Kind of sounds like it.
And that there's a great deal of research that would go to back that up.
Yes, well...
In fact, Dennis, I'm going to get your book on Exodus. I promise to look at it. This is my book on pornography. It's a non-religious response to pro-porn arguments.
I'll be very happy to read it.
And I'll sign it so it'll be worth more in the garage sale one day. But there's no talk of sin. There's no scripture verses. It's all based on the 40-plus years of science that's coming out of academia, from neuroscience,
So here's the question. Okay, so you see, the reason I actually never talk about pornography. He asked me, you were asking me. I never do. I certainly don't advocate it. I don't even discuss it, let alone advocate it. But it was asked, and I sort of took a vow many years ago, I won't avoid questions. I wish I had known in advance it would be discussed. I would have said how much I'm horrified by the pornification of society, etc. But we, I want to, we're on so many different related but different tracks, and it's a very important subject. Oh yes, I was influenced by my parents' marriage. As we're all influenced by our parents' marriage. If you see your father beat your mother, you think that's normal, and you end up beating your wife. Of course, my father, I mean, the thought that he would ever lift it, he wouldn't. It's so inconceivable to me. All he did was tell his sons how much he loved their mother. Beautiful. I mean, constantly. So what I saw was a man got Playboy and loved his wife for 72 years. She knew he got Playboy and loved her husband and knew he loved her for 72 years. So that's what I saw. And I'm not going to sit here as their child and say, this was really awful. When I can't say it because I would be lying. But if you ask me, is there an ideal? I will argue, okay, there is an ideal. But the human condition is messy. So back to our earlier question, where we differ on, can a loving husband in the bedroom ever see his wife as a sex object? And I said, that's good. See, that's there. Finally, we have a real difference. I actually think that is a positive.
I don't know if we do have a disagreement. If by sex object you mean you find your wife sexually desirable.
I don't know what the difference is. What's the difference?
I think this is what I would say, right? A subject, like man is made and man makes his own ends, right? Slavery is wrong because we take a man who makes his own ends and would like to fulfill them. When I talk about objectification, I guess I'm talking about a sort of evacuation of the subject of the person. I'm not concerned about her. I'm not concerned about her.
You draw an inference that
I'm not concerned about her. Yeah, of course you're not, dude.
I'm not implying.
And that's why I say I don't know if we're disagreeing.
Or we may not. That would be great to resolve it. I'm totally happy with that if that happens. How you treat her is not that you will treat her badly. The moment women don't say, I'm crazy about my husband's legs, okay? But a man may not say it. Well, that's true. Fair enough. Okay.
Women absolutely do say it.
I'll ask your wife. Okay. But every man thinks that way if there's a part of her body that is particularly a turn on, to use the term, to him. That is objectification. Women don't do that.
No,
women
it's not.
Young women do. Oh, he's got a great butt.
By objectification.
Being attracted to certain parts of the body is not the same as objectifying someone. God, why are conservatives so deeply weird?
Do you mean I find a part of my wife's body that I find attractive sexually?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, I suppose that for me, objectification means sort of subordinating the good of my wife to a selfish pleasure.
You have drawn a behavioral inference from a thought, and I don't.
Yeah. But see, I still am not convinced that this sharp distinction, or the distinction, because I've heard Ben Shapiro say something similar, and so I don't know if this is, as you say, more of a behaviorist, kind of Jewish idea. Because I think he said something like, I don't really care if you have racist thoughts, I care about how you act.
That's right. I said that to the group tonight. I don't care if people dislike Jews, I care how they treat us.
But if my son or daughter...
I know, you're right. I would tell the same to my child. If my child said, I don't like this group...
But I think this is what our Lord Jesus Christ is doing, in which he's saying, your righteousness has to pass out of the Pharisees. It's not enough
but he doesn't...
that you...
Wait, but...
don't
but
murder.
Dennis Prager doesn't care about Jesus.
Not want to. It's not
He's
enough
Jewish.
that you don't commit adultery. You should not say, fuel the flame that could lead to that.
I happen to think it's a good thing not to want to murder. I subscribe to that. But there's a very interesting Hebrew phrase. I'm translating from the Hebrew, so it'll be a bit awkward. In the place that a penitent stands, the most righteous person doesn't stand. And I extrapolate from that if you have bad thoughts and don't act on them, You're on a higher moral plane than the guy who never has a bad thought. I don't get any credit for not molesting children. I'm as interested in children sexually as I am in bananas or peach trees. Okay, so I get no credit for not molesting a child. But the sick dude who does want to and doesn't, he gets a lot of credit.
So, speaking of pedophilia, suppose a man says, I view animated child porn. So there's no real victim in that sense of child pornography, which we both agree is horrendous. And by viewing animated child porn, it prevents me from acting out sexually on a child. Now, I deny that. I think that pornography inflames us to then want to act those fantasies out, and I think there's good studies that back that up. But surely you wouldn't say to the man who views animated child pornography...
Okay, but what if you... Look, if there were studies that showed me that we would be able to reduce the amount of child sexual abuse in the real world by, like, handing out lowly content to, like, would-be pedophiles, like, yeah, I'd be all for that, because I'm in favor of any policy that reduces child sexual abuse. God damn. Yeah, no, Prager, look, Dennis Prager is unique in that while he doesn't have a ton of good arguments, he can still make arguments, which is better than just, like, most of the conservative far-right figures, frankly.
That's not bad so long as you don't act it out. Wouldn't you want to help this poor sick dude?
Yes, I would, but I'm thrilled that he's not acting it out. I mean,
agreed.
Okay,
of course.
Well, that's big.
Yeah.
We're both thrilled that he might have a poor substitute, but it is a substitute if that were the case. No child is being used. It's all animated.
Yeah.
And he...
But would you use the word evil of animated child pornography? Because
No,
I certainly would.
No, I would use evil only with behavior. That's where we might differ, forgetting the sex issue. You can't be evil. You didn't do evil if you thought evil. You did evil
if I'm
if you
masturbating
committed.
to animated pictures of pornography, I'm not doing something evil.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think that's despicable. Yeah.
Really?
Yes, of course.
Who is being hurt? You have to have a victim.
Oh, I'll tell you, there's at least 2 people being hurt. There's the person who's poisoning himself by encouraging him to think acting out on children, and there's also the animator.
Okay, wait a minute. We both are aching for him not to have those fantasies. I agree with you, but
you won't call it evil.
I won't call a fantasy evil. There's too much real evil on Earth for me to start being preoccupied with people's thinking.
It's not just thinking; it's him masturbating to
Yes,
images of children.
Okay, so now the real question about the whole pornography issue is not pornography; it's masturbation. There is a Catholic tradition,
I disagree.
and
I think it's
there.
both. I think both masturbation is evil, but I think pornography is a
Okay, so I don't
greater
think
evil, I would say.
masturbation is evil. Okay, that's. And by the way, I admit that within Orthodox Judaism, there was when I was a counselor at Orthodox Jewish camp, the kids were told by some of their rabbis that masturbation is like murder, and there was that. There was also that. There's a statement like that.
I certainly wouldn't make that statement.
Oh.
I didn't know that that was a thing outside of Christianity, to be honest with you. I didn't know that Jewish kids were, like, going to camp and being taught that, like, touching yourself is akin to murder. That's actually quite shocking to me.
Okay, I do believe that in Catholic theology there is
No. There's no
Catholic.
Catholic is saying that murder is equivalent to masturbation.
Okay, all right.
You might
good,
say that
good.
both are grave sins, but you wouldn't say that masturbation is a graver sin. Even within murder, patricide would be a graver sin than killing a
since
stranger.
we both believe murder is always wrong, except, obviously self-defense is killing, not murder, so murder is always wrong. Child molestation is always wrong. Is masturbation always wrong? What about a man whose wife, and I had this example.
Oh, God.
Now, you may say, well, if you take an extreme example, it's not fair.
Oh,
But
God.
if you say always, I have to take a real-life example of a man I knew who
Oh, God.
adored his wife. I knew them when they were both Welsh. She got Alzheimer's at a very early age in her 50s, and he dressed her and bathed her and cleaned her up for a decade. And if this man, with a wife who no longer recognized him, masturbated to get rid of his sexual tension and stayed to take care of his wife, you would say that was evil?
I would, because I think that evil is the way things shouldn't be. And I think the sexual act exists for union, and to masturbate is to thwart the end of that natural act. I also think that what we haven't taken into account yet is an industry that brutalizes women, that's often involved in trafficking women.
Oh, that's why I said I'm against all of that. I'm on your side.
But wait, those are problems with regulating the porn industry. Those aren't problems with, like, the actual thing. You're like this guy. I'm actually, like, kind of blown away by this debate. I know I've been playing a lot of Dark Souls 2 during this, but like, Dennis Prager successfully has this guy on the run in this debate, which is kind of wild. I went into this debate thinking that the guy that Dennis Prager was debating was going to be, like, the more moderate of the two of them. I thought Dennis was going to be the hardline anti-porn guy. This is actually a shocking turn of events on a lot of... yeah, Prager's redemption arc. I don't think we're going to go quite that far, but this is actually far more interesting than I thought it was going to be.
Side on that.
Yeah.
Yes, I was talking about pictures, still pictures of models.
Yes,
Okay,
but I'm still saying that this brutalizes women. I think it's like what woman would you like him to look at? Like your wife, your daughter, my daughter?
Well, that's the industry isn't brutalizing women. The men in the industry are taking advantage of and brutalizing women. And, you know, we can solve that problem with regulation. But they don't actually want to do that. So, you know, that makes it a little bit difficult. Yeah, they brutalize that ass.
Would you be comfortable with someone you know and love being looked at like that? I wouldn't.
No, but you're using you're bringing the emotional.
I would say you're doing that. I think you're doing that when you use this story.
So
I would not deny that this is a virtuous man in many respects, laudable, who I could learn a great deal from.
Right, but no, you use the word evil. That's
right.
Okay, you define evil in a way I don't.
The way things shouldn't be, I would say. And I would refer to natural evil. So if a man is born blind, this is a natural evil. If a stone is blind, this is not natural evil. But I would also refer to moral evil as this is the way things shouldn't be. So we disagree on that.
Okay, yes. So I'm trying to think of, okay, it shouldn't be that kids spend as much time as they do on social media. Do we both agree with that they spend too much time?
Yes.
Would you call it evil if they did spend too much time?
Probably yes.
Okay,
And then
I wouldn't. I would say it was wrong, but I wouldn't say it was evil.
Yeah. So I've shared with you how I define evil. How do you define it?
Is the deliberate infliction of hurt on another human being.
So I would say that pornography involves the deliberate infliction of hurt on another human being through the photographing of a person.
So
and for the distribution
include lingerie
of this person.
models.
Again, I'm not sure. I don't have I don't know
Men
where
are
to
as
draw that line.
capable of masturbating to lingerie models as they are to awful stuff.
Right. So what I think the goal should be is to line up the goal of the artist or the photographer and the goal and the intention of the viewer with the dignity of the human person. Because I can view something non-pornographic and say masturbate to it.
Right.
The problem isn't with the thing I'm looking at. The problem's with me. Likewise, likewise, I could look through a pornographic magazine and feel nothing but pity for these women who don't know their dignity. In that case, objectively it's pornography, but subjectively it isn't for me.
Right.
So I think you want both to line up with the dignity of the human person created in the image
Wanting
of
to
God.
line up with dignity is totally admirable. Calling the non-lining up, is a lingerie model losing her dignity? And you may say yes.
Yeah, I think I would say yes.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, God.
Yeah. But again, I want to make a huge distinction between these gradations.
Well, and so do
Dude.
I. That's
Far
why it's
less
not.
bad
That's
than
why I don't
something
want to. When people say pornography, they're thinking of the most awful behaviors.
Well, let me ask you this then, because it sounded like you were saying that if a man views pornography and thereby doesn't commit adultery, it's okay.
No, I didn't say okay. I said it wasn't
not
awful.
horrible. Fair enough.
Right.
Thank you for the correction.
Yeah.
But you've also said that you're very much opposed to violent pornography, obviously. If a man says, I need to watch violent pornography so I don't commit adultery, do you say, well, okay, that's less bad too? Or do you condemn that with a greater severity?
Well, because the odds are that the people in it are being hurt.
This is.
What if they're willing to be hurt? What if they enjoy?
But by the way, like, a lot of this conversation is rooted in a similar spot to what I was talking about the other day with, like, it being, like, really impossible to argue with people who think that at the end of the day you are possessed by demons. Because, like, this Aquinas, this drinking with Aquinas fellow, he's basically making the argument, right, that some people are just fallen people who are going to, like, tempt you. There's something evil within their very soul that will try and lead you astray. And, like, there's no real, like, way to argue, like, oh, okay, you think that some people are just inherently evil and you have the ability to discern who they are. Well, that's just so goddamn convenient for you, isn't it?
enjoy being hurt.
So I more or less subscribe to your vision of the issue. But again, I want to remind everybody watching or listening that my vision was of Playboy of the 1960s when I was a teenager, which would be regarded today as
not even worthy of Netflix.
Yes,
I mean,
that's
what we
right.
once called hardcore, we now call softcore.
Okay, so
what we once called softcore, we now call Netflix.
But I have to ask you and many others who feel as you do, and I respect it. Is everything? Well, I did ask you. I mean, once you say masturbation under all circumstances is evil, that I will admit we part company.
Yeah. And that's fine. I mean, we knew we would disagree.
Yes, that's fine.
And there's also a lot of things we agree about.
By the way, there was
about.
one, I don't want to say his name because I may be wrong, but I believe there was one major evangelical leader. I mean, major. He was a household name for a while.
Dobson, I think.
So you do know what I'm referring to.
I don't want to misspeak here.
Yeah.
Maybe Thursday you can look this up, but I believe Dobson at one point justified masturbation in certain circumstances.
Yeah.
See, what I respect about you and what I respect about Jordan Peterson is that very often you tell us to take the hard road. You're like, yes, it's bloody hard, but be a man. Like, rise up. Choose the harder path. Choose the more virtuous path. I just wish that you or Peterson would be more emphatic when it comes to sexual sins, that of course you're tempted to it. Of course you want to do it. What's interesting isn't why people masturbate to pornography. It's obvious. What's interesting is why people decide they don't want to.
Again,
why not encourage them?
Don't throw in the word pornography. You masturbate alone is a sin to you and evil.
That's correct.
What if he's masturbating to an image he makes up in his brain?
If he's masturbating to nothing, I would consider it an evil.
Okay, fair. Okay.
Yeah.
It's
Dobson?
Dr. James Dobson in about 1987.
Yeah, these people are like, I actually do consider it a sin, if you're giving yourself a back massage instead of getting another human being to do it as God intended, well, that's a sin. That's a sin right there. Just like, what are you talking about, bro? What do you want about here? Why? What's going on in your heart? What's going on in your head? What broke you like this?
7. The quote appears to be, "It is my opinion that masturbation is not much of an issue with God. It's a normal part of adolescence. Indeed, Jesus did not mention it, ...
Jesus didn't mention a lot of things.
Well, yeah, but it's not insignificant, nor does the Hebrew Bible talk about it. The spilling of seed with Onan, from which we get onanism, the sin was not that he spilled the seed. The sin was that he didn't have intercourse with his brother's widow.
So, the Catholic would say that reason would show us that masturbation is disorder.
Ah, yes. What a horrible sin. Not having sex with your brother's grieving widow. Horrible, sinful behavior, really.
That pornography is disordered because it takes a natural act which is good and it thwarts the end of it. That's why I use the example
What about a man who can't attract a woman? He should spend his life, obviously, then.
Yes, because masturbation is not like urination. It's not something you need to do or else you're going to become neurotic and die somehow. You're not going to find anybody in the morgue with a tag on their toe that says virgin or something.
Well, yeah, but also there are a lot of things you don't need to do. Right? There are things you don't need to do in order to, like, maintain the ability to live, right? Like, goodness.
All right.
Oh, yeah. No, sorry. Yeah, Posadas John, you're right. He did have sex with his brother's grieving widow. He just didn't come in her, and that was the sin. Like, god damn, dude.
And I think it is a pornified culture that's given us this idea.
The ideal life would involve none of this. I am not preoccupied with the ideal life. I am preoccupied with a good life. As I often say, I am not interested in making saints. I am interested in making good people. And it is so hard to make good people in a post-communist, post-Nazi world, post-Islamic, it's not post yet, Islamic terrorist world. I admit I am preoccupied with real evil rather than non-idyllic behavior.
Yeah.
I admit it. That's where
I am. To clarify my thought, which might make it more acceptable to you, I would say that there are circumstances in which masturbating or even looking at pornography could be a less grave sin due to habit, due to immaturity. But see, even in secular culture, we make fun of masturbation. We don't seem to be proud of masturbation. Even atheists, there's this big move to stop being a cream puff and masturbating into a sock. And instead of that, control your sexual desire. You're not a dog to be neutered. You're someone who has mastery over your lower passions. So I have a desire for food, but if I eat like a pig, then this is going to be bad for my health, and this would be the sin of gluttony. I could have the desire to masturbate.
But the difference is you can eat.
Yes, but you're equating orgasm with eating, and it's not the same thing.
You did.
No, you're saying that I'm equating to show that they're dissimilar.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dennis Prager's actually bodying this guy. Dennis Prager's actually bodying this guy in the name of masturbation, and I find it difficult to process, to be honest with you guys. I find it very, like, I'm shaking, guys. I'm crying. I'm shitting myself. Dennis Prager is bodying this Twinkie intellectual in the name of masturbation. Oh, I never thought this would happen.
In that, if I don't eat, I die. But it sounds like what you're saying is, well, but the man who never has a woman, surely he should masturbate, or else what? And I'm saying he's not going to die.
He's not going to die.
Right. And so I think the man should have mastery over that passion and use it appropriately. That's what I would say.
Okay. Ideally, I agree with you.
So
By the way, that's important that I said that.
Okay,
I
say
do.
again.
Ideally. But as I said, like in the case of marriages, I want them to love each other. And by the way, let me just, this is not utterly germane to our debate here, but having spoken to so many couples for so many years, I have a phrase which is related to this, but not exactly this, but related. You should make love outside the bedroom and have sex inside the bedroom.
I love it. But I think I know what you mean.
I'm glad you love it.
Well, let's see. If I'm ignoring my wife, if I'm not doing acts of kindness towards her throughout the day, then
you can't
to
make up
expect
for
to
it in the
come
bedroom.
together and be intimate in that most intimate of embraces is selfish. But I want to love my bride throughout the day, sacrifice for her, as it were.
But what no, I'm saying more than that.
Okay.
That, of course, I'm saying that, but I am saying more than that. I'm also saying that the bedroom might be a place for the non-holy to express itself, because I believe we're created in God's image and animal's image, and if sex allows the animal under holy circumstances, which is matrimony to both Jews and Catholics, that the word for marriage in Hebrew, kiddushin, means holy. I mean, that is the whole Talmudic volumes on marriage, and sex is called kiddushin, which means kadosh, is many Catholics know, means holy. So Shmuley Boteach is a bearded Orthodox rabbi. I don't know if you're familiar with him. And he wrote a book called Kosher Sex.
Hey, Metal Kitty
His
Mom.
argument is as follows, and he's very anti-porn, very. His argument is anything that the married couple, agrees to in the bedroom, they should do. That's the place, and that's why he calls it kosher sex. It wasn't, by the way, universally received well among some religious Jews. Your views are not all that different from many Orthodox Jews.
Why is he opposed to pornography?
Oh, God.
For the same reasons you are.
Thank you so much for watching that clip. If you want to watch the entire thing, go over to mattfrad.locals.com. Locals is like a non-woke Patreon. So if you want to support the work of Pints with Aquinas, you can do that over there, mattfrad.locals.com. And when you do, you get a ton of things in return. You get bonus podcasts. You get bonus episodes of things. You get monthly spiritual direction with Father Gregory Pine. You get monthly audiobooks. You get our print newspaper sent to your door quarterly, and we even pay for shipping. There's a ton of things you get. And you also get the satisfaction of knowing that you're supporting the work of Pints with Aquinas. mattfrad.locals.com. Thanks.
Pay Thursday's salary.
Pay Thursday.
Calling from a 501 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
What the hell?
Hey Sam, this is Blake the Libertarian of the No Free Lunch infamy. I wanted
Oh,
to,
excellent.
Wanted to talk to you guys, ask you 3 questions, and you guys can pick the one. Hello?
Hello.
Yes. And you guys can pick the one that you find to be most juicy. They're not gotcha. They're very
God.
simple. The one is would you rather people be independent or dependent on the government?
Why was that so
The
hard?
second is, do you think that the Trump administration and Republicans generally don't want witnesses to be called in the impeachment trial? And the third is, would you prefer that people get in a position where they must contemplate an abortion or not get in that position in life? The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Blake.
Okay.
I would say that the question is silly. This is the first question. Do I want people independent or dependent of government? There is no one who lives in society that is independent of government. That is an impossibility. That's like saying, would you prefer people have can fly or not fly? Well, it doesn't matter, because you know what?
Fuck!
We don't have wings. Well, the reality is, can you tell me a person who lives in this country who is independent of the government?
I know a couple, yes.
Who?
They, Al and Sheila, I'm not going to say their last name, but
I
they're close
understand.
friends of mine.
And
they live in northwestern Arkansas.
They do?
Okay, we don't actually have time to get through this. I'm sorry. Jack, you are super cute today. How are you doing? I am a completely nervous wreck. I've been streaming to distract myself from how nervous I am about my mom in the hospital. And it's been fairly effective. But, thanks for the compliment. Hello, Diddums. Hello, Irked. Hey, Winby. Also, chat, we have been streaming for over 5 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please do throw some subs, throw some bits, you know, make some donos, because this show literally runs thanks to viewers like you. When you guys gift subs, when you guys make donos, it is literally what allows me to survive and continue making this show. Continue hopefully pushing for a better tomorrow and making you all aware of silly and ridiculous things happening in the world of politics. Yeah, I actually have to get ready to get going. I love you guys, and I hope tomorrow is a better day. I'll be on tomorrow. I'm not sure if it will be early or late. But I appreciate y'all being here. Excuse me. Claritha, thank you very much for the $5 dono. Sending vibes to your mom. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And to you, thank you, Irked. We'll keep pushing on, okay, guys? TV Fathers, thank you for the $10 dono. Stressing out over parents is rough. Feel better. Thank you. Thank you for the direct donos, guys. Also, keep in mind, you can gift subs to the lurkers, just as a heads up, because I know every so often my chat refreshes and I can see how many of you are chilling in the background, and just want you lurkers to know that you're loved as well. Okay. Yo, Paladin Lost, thank you for the $120 dono. One pair of Sennheiser headphones redonated. Well, thank you very, very much, Paladin, for the generous dono. My goodness. Thank you. God damn. You guys, you're really good to me. And I really appreciate it, especially as we're struggling. We're kind of still struggling on the launch pad to get this website and the YouTube up and running, alongside keeping Twitch going for as long as that holds out. So I really, really appreciate the ways you guys are supporting me, from just watching to hitting the like button, subscribing on YouTube, hitting the follow button on Twitch. I know this channel is like something I do on a daily basis, but like you guys are all helping me build it up, and I really, really appreciate that. It means the world to me. Thanks, Paladin. I really appreciate that. Honestly though, life is a struggle, but knowing you're not doing it alone helps. Absolutely. Absolutely. God damn, Paladin, that was really generous. Thank you. Just everyone, like, give some snaps and applause to Paladin Lost. Absolute mad lad over here during the charity stream. I'm glad I was able to catch a bit of stream. Big hugs to you and your mom. I appreciate that, Metal Kitty Mom. It's been real touch and go. Like I don't think I talked about it a whole lot, but this is actually the second time after her surgery she's been rehospitalized. The first time was for fluid buildup in her body and lungs, and it's just been really scary, and I thought she was kind of past all of the worst of it, and it's troubling to hear that she's going to be spending several more weeks at least in the hospital, hopefully recovering from sepsis. And hopefully that's all that's wrong, and hopefully there's no organ damage. But we'll be learning more about that today. So I guess if we'll figure I'll let you guys know when I know and have processed it sufficiently to talk about it publicly. My mom is fighting cancer. I understand how scary it can be, not knowing what's going to happen. Metal Kitty Mom, I'm sorry your mom's dealing with cancer. Yeah, I didn't know a whole lot about sepsis, and so like looking it up yesterday to try and learn something about it to maybe feel better about it did not help actually. We're at $9 right now, but that's $9 more than nothing. That is $9 more than nothing, for sure. My mom is healing okay, but it's still hard. Yeah. And that's the other thing too. Like the healing process can also be really rough. And you know, like I'm watching the dog and trying to contribute how I can to ensure that healing process can work well, but it's hard. It's real hard. Did you catch the first part of that message? Just getting started on Twitch, planning to ensure my revenue goes to fellow trans charities or streamers. Well, that's really kind of you, Claritha. Yeah, it's my dad is 3 weeks out from open heart surgery, and yeah, it's rough seeing your parent in a vulnerable state. Yeah, and like I want to support my mom, but also I know my mom doesn't want to like have visitors right now, and that can also be really hard, you know? DJ Shannon K, thank you for the 400 biddies over on Twitch. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So not only is Stephen Pervy Crowder an abusive piece of crap husband, he's also a perv. Yeah, there are like 6 stories of him like exposing his genitals to members of his staff. And, like, also rubbing his genitals on members of his staff. So, you know, it's, not great. Not great. We covered it early in the stream, though. You can check out the VOD. Only have $30 free, or I'd give you money. Yo, it's okay, Lady Raincloud. I understand. Okay, folks. I am going to take off. We're going to raid into the serfs. Lance is an okay guy. I think it looks like he's also covering the Steven Crowder stuff too. So for those of you who missed it, you can cover it on the serfs. And I'll switch over the chat, offline chat, to host the serfs. You all enjoy yourselves. Say hi to Lance for me, and have a good one. Okay. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.